businesses, it helps keep your neighbors employed, helps kids save for college, and strengthens your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts local businesses in the spotlight. Made Anew Home Remodeling. Make your dreams a reality. MadeAnewHomeRemodeling.com. Dr. Lyle M. Back. For everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery, go to ILoveLyleBack.com. Comfort Now by Bob McAllister. Improve the comfort in your home. Call 609-400-1005 and ask about discounts, rebates, and incentives. Online at IWantComfortNow.com. Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. FillingMarble.com. Maurice Piers. For tickets and passes, visit MauricePiers.com. East Coast Roofing, Siding, and Windows serves all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com. Thank you for supporting your local businesses from Town Square Media South Jersey.
Sports is what we do.
You're in your car, you're in your house, you're wherever you are. You're a sports fan.
97.3 ESPN.
Because if you weren't a sports fan, you wouldn't be listening.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Hump Day Wednesday edition here on 97.3 ESPN. I am Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill. Mike Gill begins his midsummer vacation. I am hanging out with all of you the day after the Major League Baseball All-Star game. 2 days away from the Phillies returning to action for the second half of the baseball season. Plus, the Eagles are less than a week away from reporting to training camp. In fact, all of the Raiders are reporting to camp today. So football is right there. You can almost touch it. It's almost right there. The baseball season is hot and heavy. I got some thoughts on the All-Star game last night. Also, each day I'm filling in for Mike Gill. We will have a poll question of the day over at 97.3 ESPN on Twitter. So you can join the conversation there. You can text in at 609-403-0973 on the text board. And you also can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free, thanks to First Bank of Seattle. So here is your lineup for today's show. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is back today at 2:40. The host of the Philadelphia CityCast, Ryan Rothstein, will join us coming up at 3. Geoff Mosher, football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. 5 o'clock, a staple of game night with Josh Hennig will be Weinberg Wednesday at 5 p.m. 97.3 ESPN.com sports columnist Dave Weinberg joins us at 5 o'clock. And at 5:30, CBS Sports NFL writer Jeff Kerr will join us. So we got Phillies and more to talk about with Mike McGarry. We'll talk baseball and football with Ryan during the 3 o'clock hour. Of course, the latest on the NFC East with Geoff Mosher for football at 4. We cover all the bases with Dave Weinberg for Weinberg Wednesday at 5. And Jeff Kerr wrote a list at CBSSports.com that had the talking heads on not one but 2 television networks pontificating and arguing about what he wrote. So we will get Jeff's reaction to all that as well. But I'm starting right now with the most recent thing we saw in the sports world because, we're kind of in this like very strange moment. Wednesday night's the ESPYs night, the night after the All-Star game. And let's be frank, most of us are not watching the ESPYs tonight. We're all going to watch something on one of our streaming services like, Disney Plus, Hulu, Netflix, one of those platforms. So with the baseball last night, I thought the last 2 days have been very important for baseball. We mentioned this a little bit in passing yesterday that of the top 50 most watched programs on television this calendar year were all sporting events. And of those top 50 most watched sporting events, the NFL was 25 out of the 50. Olympic replays were 8 out of the 50. College basketball was 7 out of 50, and 4 of those 7 were Duke games. So it shows you the impact of Mike Krzyzewski leaving Duke. All 6 NBA final games were in the top 5. 2 college football games were in there. You know what was not in there? Baseball. And I've said multiple times, baseball has done themselves an incredible disservice with the presentation of the game, with the marketing of the game. And I think baseball started to try to turn that tide the last 48 hours. I have to say, I have not been as entertained by a baseball game as I was last night in a long time. To be perfectly frank, every time I watch a national broadcast, more often than not, I get bored. I'll be honest. As someone who loves sports, who's passionate about it, if you've ever seen me out and about at a local establishment or, anywhere, I mean, for goodness sake, I've even been at, like weddings and receptions and stuff. What do? I gravitate toward the TV with the game on. And it could be Padres Mets, which you could hear this weekend on 97.3 ESPN FM Saturday and Sunday. I was literally at an establishment in Sea Isle this past Saturday night. And when the Phillies game ended, I asked the person behind the bar, can you put the Yankees Red Sox game on? And there was this guy at the end of the bar who said, who on earth asked for Yankees Red Sox? The only people who care about that game are Yankee fans, people who have money on the game. And I didn't say anything, but I'm thinking, well, some of us are just sports fans, buddy. Sorry to disappoint you. I love sports. It's who I am. But there are times I watch a national broadcast and the broadcast, the presentation, the analysts, they're boring. I'm just as well off with silence from the television to watch the game as I am with the game on. Until last night. Last night, I thought was the most fun I had watching a game. And it was all because of the players' personalities in the game. First of all, almost every guy they put a mic on and an earpiece on, they had a good game last night. They put Giancarlo Stanton, he puts the earpiece in the microphone, he wins the game MVP. Alex Manoah, he was mic'd up the entire inning. He strikes out the side. The Yankees catcher, he gets a base hit with the mic on. Almost every player, I mean, even Hendricks came in. Well, Hendricks is hilarious because Hendricks was basically throwing himself under the rug when he was on the mound. But the point is that it made the game more interesting and fun. I literally had to hit pause on the game so I could leave the room and do something and then come back into the room and continue watching because I didn't want to miss any of the conversation. That's how engaged I was, and that's how entertained I was by the product that baseball gave me last night. And for a 3-2 game, that was the most fun I have had watching a 3-2 game on television in a long time. I thought that there was something special to having all these guys mic'd up. I could have done with or without the David Ortiz, walking around the dugout, talking to people, then running down the tunnel shtick that he did. But overall, I thought it was a very fun broadcast. And baseball has to find a way to take what we saw with the home run derby on Monday, with all of the social media obsession over it, the good and the bad. And you got to take the entertaining nature of the game broadcast last night, and you got to find a way to parlay that into the rest of the season. Now, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN has been miking up guys throughout the year, but it's typically only been like a guy or two for an inning or two. Yesterday, it was like at least 6 of the 9 innings had different guys mic'd up. Now, I understand during a regular season, the guys have to be focused, they had to, all that stuff. But there's got to be a way to parlay that style of entertainment. Put more microphones. How many times you watch an NBA game and they had the mic'd up segment where guys are wearing a microphone and they play the audio back coming back from a commercial break. There's got to be a way to take what I saw last night and parlay it for baseball moving forward. Because to me, baseball is at its best when it's fun and entertaining. That's me. Now, maybe you listening out there, texting in at 609-403-0973 or DMing show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Maybe you're a, old school traditionalist and be like, you don't need those things for the game to be entertaining. Or maybe you're someone who says, I don't care about baseball enough for that to matter to me. But for me, it did. And in a world where we saw that of the top 50 most watched television broadcasts and events this calendar year, 2022, that all 50 were sporting events. And of those 50, none of them were baseball games. My hope is last night can be something, can be utilized and propelled forward for baseball. Because Monday night, the home run derby averaged around 6.9 million viewers, and it peaked at 7.5 million. And it was during the time of the Pujols stuff in the 9 o'clock hour. That is up 9% over 2019 and 15% over 2018. And ESPN was the most watched network on Monday night across all television. Okay? So how does baseball take that? How does baseball take what we saw last night and parlay those things into continuing to regrow the sport? Because between the COVID mess of 2020 and just people's general disgust with the players and the owners bickering, and the fact that baseball has done a horrible job at marketing themselves over the course of the last 20 years, baseball needs to take this wave that just showed up in the last 48 hours and ride this thing as long as they can. Because for me, I'll be honest with you guys. I know that John Kruk is not the greatest, X's and O's baseball guy on earth, but he's entertaining. And anytime Kruk is on the Phillies broadcast, I'm enjoying myself. Look, if you're to ask me, is John Kruk going to give me a breakdown of pitch to pitch? He can do it, but he probably won't do it. But Kruk is there just as much for the baseball aspect as he is for the entertainment aspect. Same with Charles Barkley. You don't tune in to Inside the NBA for Kenny Smith. Kenny Smith is the one running to the board, doing the X's and O's breakdown of the game, but you're not there for Kenny. You're there for Shaq and for Charles Barkley. You know why? Because they're entertaining. They're basketball guys, but they're also entertaining. That's what baseball needs more of. Now, I will say the broadcast last night did have some negatives. Okay, that was the first big game for Mr. Davis on the national stage. And I felt that Davis has the voice for baseball, but I think his biggest problem is that him and John Smoltz's voices are a little too similar, so it's hard to differentiate when they're talking. And I think the players on the field had the same problem that I did, which was there were times the players had the earpiece in their ear, and especially the pitchers, they were trying to differentiate between Smoltz and Davis, and I think they had trouble differentiating the voices at times. And maybe if I have to nitpick, I think that's going to be Fox's problem moving forward, because even though I think John Smoltz is incredible as an analyst, I think he's one of the better color guys in all of baseball today. I think that him and Davis together is a little bit too duplicitous when it comes to the sound of their voice. So if I have to nitpick, that would be my nitpick off the game last night. That, and also the fact that the broadcast spent an ungodly amount of time coming out of the commercial breaks promoting things. Tom Rinaldi's might have a wonderful podcast, but he's talking about the podcast in the middle of Kyle Schwarber's at bat last night. I love college football, but I don't need Mr. Davis telling me during a baseball game on July 19th about the big noon game, Texas versus Alabama, coming up in 2 months. Because you know what? You and me are not going to remember that commercial at all. We're going to remember it when college football gets closer. The only thing in my life that I've ever seen a commercial for or a promotion for that I ever remembered were movie trailers. I've never remembered in my life commercial a month or two ahead of time for a game, unless it's like the Super Bowl, because I already know the Super Bowl is coming up. I've never in my life been like, oh man, they're going to have this special commercial for Bud Light during the Super Bowl halftime. I'm not going to remember that. Like, why does Fox think that promoting Big Noon Sunday on July 19th for a game the first weekend of September that you and I are going to remember that? That stuff's silly to me. So if I'm nitpicking, that's what I'm nitpicking. But I think overall, baseball can take what we saw last night and turn it into something more. Let's check what you guys have to say as well. 609-403-0973 on the text board. You also can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Don't forget, still to come, Press of Atlantic City's Mike McGarry at 2:40. Talk more baseball with him. Also, Weinberg Wednesday with 973 ESPN.com sports columnist Dave Weinberg at 5 p.m. 2 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Garden State Beer Company. At Garden State Beer Company in Galloway, their motto is a beer for everyone. Contact them today at 609-232-BEER for Garden State Beer Company. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973, Jay in Atlantic City chimes in and says, I kept saying I was going to turn off the game, and I just kept watching. That kid from Cleveland who closed out the game is an absolute beast. I can't wait to watch the Field of Dreams game. I thought that was such a great idea last year. MLB is starting to figure out. It's from Jay in Atlantic City. Jay, that's a great point, because I think you are along with a lot of people. I think a lot of people flipped on the game last night because it was the only game on television, and they said, all right, I'll check it out. I'll see what's up. And I think that they kept you tuned in. And Jay, it's a great point you made. You just kept watching. Yeah, the kid, Kate Clace from the Guardians, Cleveland. I almost called them the Indians or the Guardians now. One of these days, teams will stop changing their names. I'll have to stop remembering these name changes. I mean, it's the San Diego to Los Angeles Chargers. Washington changed their name 3 times. Cleveland's already changed their name. Guys, stop changing your name. I get it. You want to sell jerseys, all right? Just get over yourself. But Jay in Atlantic City is right. You just kept watching. You kept thinking, I'm going to turn it off. And I think the biggest star of the night was Alex Manoah. Darren Ravel said that Manoah's Twitter following went up at least 10% off of what happened last night. For a guy who plays for the Toronto Blue Jays and most people had no idea who he was before last night, that dude's a star now. That dude didn't just strike out the side, but he was fun. He was entertaining. And as I was having a conversation on Twitter last night, it was the characters of the game that draw you in. And yeah, the Field of Dreams game is coming up. And I thought that was very cool last year, Jay and Alexia. I think that baseball is finally getting the point that the fans who want baseball to be good, who want baseball to be interesting, they just want you to give them a good product. Give me something, because at the end of the day, baseball has become a television product. There's billions of dollars spent on these television networks, on these games. And you better give me a better television product than some of the garbage that we've seen over the last several years. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. Dan ESG chimes in and says, what I noticed most about the All-Star game was 80% are foreign players. All right. And Dan and EHC, look, if that's all you noticed about the game last night, then I feel sorry for you. Because first of all, ever since Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, it opened the door, not just for people who were, of Jackie Robinson's history playing in the Negro League, coming to Major League Baseball, but it was a huge catalyst in the Latin American countries coming here. And there's a lot of these guys who have left countries have a lot of problems. Okay? Look, you have a situation where baseball, part of its popularity being kicked to the curb was because of the fact that a lot of people would rather play football and basketball over baseball. Baseball has become boring to some people. But in countries like the Latin American countries, Venezuela, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, baseball is their number one sport. It's like Brazil with soccer. It's a cultural thing. So if the first thing or the thing you noticed most about the game last night, Dan EHT, is that it was 80% foreign players, well, that's just a reflection of the fact that some of the best players on planet Earth are from outside of this country, or they're from a certain, cultural background. Look, if that's a problem for you, Dan EHT, then I guess you just need to stop watching sports, because there's a mix and match of cultures all over the place. Dirk Nowitzki's from Germany. Should we not watch the Dallas Mavericks game because Dirk and now Luka are playing for the Mavs? Like, that's a silly thing to say. Frankly, I think one of the things that baseball has romanticized to the fan is the fact that any kid growing up playing stickball could become a major leaguer, right? When you're watching the Derek Jeter first episode of The Captain on Monday night, one of the things that's talked about in there is that, Jeter came from a biracial home, and how, he grew up with negative things. One of the factors of the Jackie Robinson story is everything he went through to become a baseball Hall of Famer, right? One of the biggest parts of Roberto Clemente's legacy is all the charity work he did, because he, quote unquote, never forgot where he came from. One of the things we love in sports is the rags to riches story. So, that's part of the reason why a lot of these guys are playing baseball, because the desperation of their backgrounds and their histories pursued them into this moment and this opportunity. And one could argue that the reason why there's so many foreign players out there who are playing baseball, their success is the same reason why people like Mickey Moniak do not have success. Because there's a level of desperation that is built into the culture of people like David Ortiz, like Miguel Cabrera, like Albert Pujols, where they come from, they are so desperate to escape from where they are that they have taken the game of baseball to another level. You don't have Willie Mays. I mentioned Roberto Clemente, Tony Perez, the Griffey Sr. and Jr., Ripken Sr. and Jr. You don't have Canseco taking PEDs and Palmeiro lying about PEDs. You don't have the home run chase in 98. You don't have Barry Bonds doing what he did with the home runs. You don't have one of the greatest hitters of all time having a great 48 hours without the desperation that's built into those people's worlds and cultures thanks to baseball. And baseball is the most amazing sport in that you have to get used to failure to be successful. And there are people in this world, and I use Mickey Moniak just as an example, who they don't come from a world of desperation. And that's why they will never be more than they are. And that's why some of these other guys become who they are. So, look, guess what? The person who wants it more is going to be more successful 9 times out of 10. In a country that was supposed to be built on a meritocracy, in a sports world that is built on meritocracy, if that means that the people who look like they're foreign, for to use Dan EHT's term, are the ones that are more successful and they're in the All-Star game, then I applaud them, because they found a way to rise above their circumstances and become great and become legends and become more than they are. And as a texter texted in, I thought it's a great point. Baseball would be nothing today without foreign minorities. It's 100% true. because baseball is what it is today, not because of, Chuck Klein in the 1930s playing for the Phillies, or Ty Cobb, the racist Ty Cobb, the criminal Ty Cobb, who's in the Baseball Hall of Fame, by the way, from the early 1900s. It's not because Lou Gehrig had the Iron Man streak. There's a nostalgia that we attached to the world before Jackie Robinson that in many ways is fraudulent, because those guys got baseball to a certain point, but it was the guys after World War II that elevated baseball to another level. And I don't know about you, but for me, give me Roberto Clemente over fill in the blank guy like Mickey Moniak. Okay. The Phillies are infamous for drafting dudes who haven't turned into much of anything, right? How many times did we hope and pray that the likes of Billy McMillan and John Mayberry Jr. and Adam Hazley and Roman Quinn were going to become something, but they didn't. Meanwhile, we're watching other franchises. Julio Rodriguez is in Seattle. He ain't here. He's in Seattle. Now, what do the Phillies got? They got Aaron Nola. They got Bryson Stott. Those are guys that they drafted who have worked out. But other organizations, it doesn't matter if the last guy's name was Rodriguez, Smith, or Johnson. Baseball is the ultimate do or die entity. And if it wasn't for the guys who, quote unquote, and just to use Dan and EHT's verbiage, okay, he said, what I noticed about the All-Star game was 80% are foreign players. Well, guess what? Foreign players are part of what makes the world go around, because the internationalization of sports is what turned it into $1 billion industry. These networks are paying billions of dollars because the games are not just being broadcast in your house and my house. They're being broadcast in other countries around the world. And people in Europe are watching basketball games. And people in the Latin American countries are watching baseball games. And people in other parts of the world like Japan and Korea, they're growing up and watching the game. And listen, if you don't think that Americans can't relate to people just because they look or sound different, then that's a very intense prejudice that certain people have that doesn't exist in the world that I grew up in. Okay? Look, I grew up in a world where I was a minority for a while. I remember at one point, I think it was fourth grade. Yeah, fourth grade. I was one of 4 people who were quote unquote white in my school. Okay. So for me, I could care less what you look like. I could care less what you sound like. If you're the best player on planet Earth, then I want to see greatness. If you're a rags to riches story, I might cry watching your 30 for 30 documentary, or, Kurt Warner and the, American, his story. Guess what? Doesn't matter to me. If it matters to some people, then they got some problems. All right, we'll get back to more tech messages on the other side. 609-403-0973. Also, can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill here on a Hump Day Wednesday here on 973 ESPN.
Your official station for Summer at the Shore.
Here goes the runner. The pitch is a little high. Throw to second. Out at second. Oh, JT Realmuto with an absolute laser down to second to get Arenado.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments, freedom from payments for 3 months, and freedom from your old car. Plus, if you have a job and clear $350 per week, Matt Blatt Kia wants to approve you today on any brand new Kia or pre-owned vehicle in stock, or one of hundreds of new 2023 Kia models en route, all with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. So bring any trade in any condition, even if you're stuck in a loan or lease. Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you the least. Get cash for your car today, even if you don't buy a car from us. But why wouldn't you buy a new Kia? Because you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Unapproved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details. Expires 8/7/22. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Did you book the Townsend's 10th anniversary ticket?
Alona's travel agency is overbooked and experiencing delays. She needs to land a new project manager to clear her business's runways.
Yes, Mrs. O'Hara, we checked. Pygmy goats do not count as emotional support animals.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated, like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time, so you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life. I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub. It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors, and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I thought learning a language would be too much work, but Babbel makes learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, you can actually speak another language. Es como magia.
Babbel isn't robots talking. You learn words and phrases from real native speakers. I was ready for real-life conversations in just a few weeks. So easy.
To try Babbel free, text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
With GMF financing approved credit, excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet, because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation, because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a hump day Wednesday here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Let's go squeeze in a couple more texts before we get to Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City coming up in about 7 minutes from now. Mike Gill usually talks to Mike McGarry every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday throughout the year here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. Over on the text board, we've talked about the MLB All-Star game, and people are still reacting to DN and EHT's comments. One text chimes in and says, I don't really watch baseball, but do they have the equivalent of the Sprite Slam Dunk Cam? Could also be there's maybe too many games that people just think they can wait until mid-season to watch the sport. couple things there. One, baseball has experimented with different camera angles. You saw last night they tried to do what used to be the catcher cam, but it was on the umpire. But one of the times they went to it, there was a foul ball that went off the umpire's mask. So it kind of was like a bit of a fail there visually. I know that they're trying to do different things, like the Peacock broadcast, tried to do that full broadcast where they didn't have actual like regular announcers. They had people just kind of like walking around the stadium, observing the baseball game, different places in the stadium, and the camera angles would focus from those angles. But they don't really have the equivalent of a Sprite slam dunk cam. Does Sprite even still sponsor that camera? I mean, it might be another advertiser for all I know. But I know you're talking about Dexter. The other comment about, listen, you are something right. One of the reasons why I think football is king and baseball has taken a hit as they have is because football has maximized the concept of less is more. Baseball season is so long. Basketball, hockey seasons are so long. And football and basketball and hockey, I think one of their problems early in the year is they are going head-to-head with football. If there was a way, in my opinion, that baseball could, get away with condensing the schedule a little bit instead of having be an April to October season, would that help viewership? I don't know 100%. I can't say for sure or not. I do agree that there are a lot of people who wait until baseball season is further underway, because for some people, the team in your town, like Philadelphia or in New York, you have basketball and hockey going on, and maybe your attention is elsewhere. Maybe your attention's on the NFL draft in April. So for baseball, a lot of people don't tune in until Memorial Day weekend, June, July, and really get, dove into the baseball season. Text board is 609-403-0973. Texas says, the problem with the All-Star game and baseball in general is the pitching is too dominant in today's baseball. Hitting is not on par. They need to get more offense in the game. The NFL and the NBA have changed the rules to favor the offense to get more scoring into their games, Josh. Baseball needs to do the same. A 3-2 baseball game with 20-plus strikeouts is not entertaining. Well, here's the problem. What you're doing is you are taking the scoring issue, complaining about baseball, but no one ever complains about with soccer. Okay, one of my beefs with soccer, the reason why I think it's not like a soccer game is ridiculously long and there's not a lot of action. There's no scoring involved. So if we're going to say baseball needs more scoring, well, soccer needs to have more scoring too. Okay. But the problem is that baseball and soccer, the prerequisites of their sports are not built on high scoring games. And I think that, the reason why you don't find baseball interesting because they don't have scoring, then I think that, maybe you don't really love baseball. You just love scoring then. Maybe you're a sports fan who enjoys the offensive element of those games. You don't enjoy defense. You don't enjoy the X's and O's of a pitching matchup. I think that the traditional baseball fan, they love good pitching. I think the traditional baseball fan enjoyed last night's game. But listen, Texter, if you're looking at the game in the terms of it doesn't have enough offense, well, at the end of the day, the greatest hitters of all time were only successful about 30% of the time. Baseball is a sport built on failure when it comes to offensively. I've always joked, the only two people on planet Earth who are allowed to be only right 30% of the time and be great are baseball hitters and meteorologists. The rest of us, if we're only right 30% of the time, we get fired from our jobs. We'll get more into the baseball talk on the other side with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. His extra point columns over at pressofac.com. We'll check in with him coming up in just a bit here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City coming up next. Ryan Rothstein from the Philadelphia City Cast at 3 o'clock. And Geoff Mosher at football at 4. Also to come with me, Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3 ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
We're Town Square Media, and along with the awesome radio station you're listening to right now, we're publishers of best-in-class national entertainment brands like Taste of Country, Pop Crush, and more. And when combined with our local brands, we can reach over 70% of consumers in our community. At Town Square, all this digital clout puts us in a unique position to help local businesses grow with powerful marketing solutions. In addition to local radio, we're experts at web design and SEO, plus targetable advertising solutions like streaming TV, addressable geofencing, YouTube, Snapchat, Facebook, Spotify, search engine marketing, and so much more. That may sound like a lot of buzzwords, but really all that matters is we can deliver a relevant and ideal target audience to your business with data-informed decisions. No guessing, no waste, and you gain a trusted marketing partner with Town Square Media.
Take your business to the next level. Call our Director of Sales, Jim McLean, today at 609-910-5247.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Come on, giddy up, get a move on.
Where are we going, Tex? Tombstone, Abilene, Dodge City?
Nope, we're headed east. We gotta get going. We still got a long ride in front of us, and I ain't gonna miss Chicken Palooza for nothing.
It's Royal Farms Chicken Palooza with great chicken box, sandwich deals, and more all summer long. Get a two-piece world-famous box, white or dark meat, for just $6, and 10 cents of each sale will be donated to local charities. You can also get a classic, spicy, or deluxe world-famous chicken sandwich. Plus, you can register for a chance to win world-famous chicken for a year. Royal Farms Chicken Palooza. Nobody wants to miss it.
Come on, you horsies. We're almost there.
Real fresh, real fast. Royal Farms. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Sweepstakes ends August 31st, 2022. Chicken for a year prize to be awarded is 8 $100 Royal Farms gift cards. For details and official rules, visit royalfarms.com/chicken-palooza-sweepstakes. Void where prohibited. Sponsored by Royal Farms.
Almost 3 million people use Navage to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage, the world's only nose cleaner that helps flush out airborne germs with powered suction. But what do doctors have to say about Navage? Here's Dr. Tonya Farmer, a board-certified ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Most airborne allergens and viruses enter through your nose. When that happens, it can cause congestion and irritation, and that just makes you feel miserable. You can get a cold, you can get flu, sinus infections, or even worse. Flushing your nose with a saline solution is the most effective way to flush all of those dangerous threats out of your nose. So now when patients come in my office, I tell them I highly recommend that you use Navage on a daily basis for overall good health and wellness.
And Navage is all natural and drug-free at Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
School's out, but we are rewriting the math. 0 + 0 equals one heck of a great deal at Matt Blatt Nissan. That's right, 0 down, 0 payments for 3 full months, and 0 mistaking. That only Matt Blatt Nissan has brand new 2022 Nissan Armadas, discounted $5,000 off, plus buy with peace of mind with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Don't see your Matt Blatt Nissan on the lot? Don't worry, you could be driving it home tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Plus, if you're stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. With 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 1.9% financing. Only at MattBlattNissan.com. On approved Tier 1 credit through NEMAC. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle plus tax tag and $479 doc fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 8/7/2022. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Hump Day Wednesday here. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM. As promised, Mike McGarry of the Press of Atlantic City joins us, sports columnist, Mr. Everything over there, basically. High school sports, Phillies, Sixers, Eagles, must-win columns. He's got everything going on over there at the Press of Atlantic City. And he joins us right now to talk more, well, maybe some more baseball here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, I know you are a baseball fan. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. So what were your thoughts on the All-Star game last night? I feel like baseball's had a good 48 hours. I feel like between the home run derby viewership and last night, I thought baseball's had a good run the last couple of days here.
Yeah, I enjoyed the home run derby on Monday night. And as far as the All-Star game, I like the sort of pomp and circumstances before the game, the introduction of the players. I thought the game was solid. I think what's happened, and this has happened in the past couple of All-Star games, I mean, the pitching is just so good that it just dominates the offense, right? You get very little offense in the game because the pitching is so good. I mean, you're just bringing in one guy after another that's throwing 100 miles an hour. So the pitching tends to dominate. But overall, I think baseball, I still think that, of all the All-Star games, I think baseball is still by far and away the best, even though the game is not what it was, 20, 30, 40 years ago.
I loved the fact that they had guys mic'd up with the earpieces in. I'm all for that stuff. I know they do that on Sunday Night Baseball, some here and there. How does baseball take, though, that entertainment experience, the revealing of the characters of the game, and parlay that moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, baseball's kind of in a tough spot, I think. Of all the major sports, they seem to get criticized the most, and they do things that the other leagues do. And for instance, last night with the uniforms, I understand the reasoning for the uniforms. I also understand the tradition of the players wearing their own uniforms. But basketball has their own uniforms for All-Star games. Football does all sorts of different things with uniforms, and nobody bats an eye. It just seems to me that a lot of times baseball is unfairly sort of picked on by people. Is the game what it was nationally in the 1950s and 60s and early 70s? Absolutely not. But, would I rather own the New York Yankees than the Charlotte Hornets? Absolutely.
By the way, it's funny about the scoring aspect, because you have the same people who freak out about, oh, soccer's great, why don't you talk soccer? And I'm like, well, to me, soccer has less scoring than baseball does. There's less entertainment going on in a soccer game than there's a baseball game. I'm sure for you, Mike, you've covered some soccer games at the high school level that probably almost put you to sleep.
Yeah, I'm not a soccer guy, though it is a wonderful sport. I'll say that. But I think you've got a good point there. I mean, I think the lack of offense is the same thing. And I have people that love soccer tell me, the thrill of the sport is the anticipation of the goal, watching a team build its attack to get a shot and everything like that. It's much the same way in baseball. Again, baseball can't win. If everybody's hitting home runs, people scream, oh, they're hitting too many home runs. If everybody's striking out, the game's low scoring, everybody screams, oh my God, there's not enough offense in the game. Ban this, ban that, stop this, stop that. It's to me, again, I just think baseball is unfairly criticized by a lot of people, and people just love to knock it, including a lot of people who cover it on a full-time basis. They just love to knock it and point out what's wrong with it instead of pointing out what's right about it.
Yeah, and I think that the last 2 days have shown that baseball is, shall I call it, finally starting to figure out. Because, Mike, my problem has been at times baseball got away from promoting the stars of the game. It became about the nostalgia of the stadium and the uniforms, and it was everything but the guys on the field. And I felt like finally, recently, baseball has finally got back to, hey, it's about the players on the field. Come watch the players. Come see the players. The great moment with Clayton Kershaw that went viral, where he, said hi to the kid, the 10-year-old who came to his press conference. Like, all those things are what baseball is about. Mike, no offense, I could care less about the uniform sometimes. Give me the best players on the field.
Yeah, and I think what happens in baseball in regards to that is, it'll be a little different this year because you have 6 teams in each league making the playoffs, but it was so tough to make the playoffs when compared to other leagues that your star players do not show up in the postseason when the most eyes are on your sport. So Mike Trout has been in 3 playoff games, 1 playoff series. The great Seattle Mariners guy, Rodriguez, who turned everybody's heads at the Home Run Derby, is playing for Seattle team that is on the outside looking in right now at a playoff spot. Bryce Harper, for example, he's been in 1 playoff series in his career. And that you go back through baseball history. I mean, Ernie Banks, Chicago Cubs, never made it to a World Series. Ted Williams, Boston Red Sox, played in 1 World Series. That's been baseball's problem through the years, where in the NBA, if you're a star player, I mean, Joel Embiid hasn't been out of the second round of the playoffs, but he's been a fixture in the playoffs. LeBron James, fixture in the playoffs. Steph Curry, fixture in the playoffs. Football, your big quarterbacks are in the playoffs a lot of time because of the impact they have on the game. In baseball, because you're 1 of 9, and it's really an individual sport played on the team basis where you're only getting 4 or 5 at-bats a game, the impact of that one player is not the same in the other sports, and therefore, they get hurt by that when their best players don't show up in the postseason. I mean, perfect example of that is, a guy like Derek Jeter, whose reputation is probably enhanced because we saw him in the playoffs. We saw him make the flip play in the playoffs. We saw him become Mr. November in the playoffs. It works the other way in baseball too.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill at AC Press McGarry on Twitter. Speaking of Jeter, you brought it up, so I'll ask you, episode 1 of The Captain, your thoughts?
Yeah, I saw the second half of it the other night. Pretty interesting stuff. I think what really struck me during that first episode was just how young and skinny he was when he was 18, 19 years old. It's really, you have the image of Jeter in your mind from playing with the Yankees and stuff like that. And to see him as an 18, 19-year-old kid and basically hear of his struggles. I mean, his minor league career, it's an example. We get over a lot of these prospects who aren't really turning the minor leagues on fire. I mean, he really struggled his first 2 years in the minor leagues. And, I thought about, wanted to go home, was homesick and everything else. So that really came through in that episode, how, you think of Jeter, a guy who was successful at every step of the way. And that was not the case. So just seeing him at such a young age and hearing of his struggles as a young player was the impression I took out of episode 1, basically.
My biggest takeaway was it's a great reminder what the world was like before cell phones and everything. Like, Jeter is telling people, don't call me. I'm expecting a phone call. Him not knowing the Yankees pick 6 because it's not like we have a, baseball draft on television, like the world was so different back then. And people forget, like, what we see today, these guys didn't have any of those frills back then.
Yeah, and the flip side too. I mean, can you imagine the publicity that would have been Jeter would have gotten if he was a Yankees high draft choice who struggled the way he did? Where would he have been ranked in MLB.com's pipeline? Would he have fallen? Would there have been pressure on the Yankees to trade him? How many stories would have been done about how he was a disappointment as a pick? Rather, back in those days, and again, I say it all the times. I mean, guys existed in the minor leagues in relative anonymity until they came up to the big leagues. I mean, every once in a while you knew of a guy. I mean, I remember the Mets had Darryl Strawberry in the minor leagues, but you had no idea what he was hitting down there or what he was doing on a day in and day out basis. You just knew he was pretty good, and you looked forward to his debut. But most guys like Jeter just played in relative anonymity in the minor leagues till they got to the big leagues. And that's when they were introduced to fans. That's not the case today, where we know what Logan O'Hoppe is doing for the Phillies. We know what Andrew Painter's doing for the Phillies. We know what Mick Abel's doing for the Phillies. Those are the top 3 prospects. I mean, fans can probably name the top 3 prospects over the last 3 guys in the current bullpen.
Absolutely. Mike, we got about 90 seconds before we wrap up the hour. I want to get to the big local story. People can read about it in the press of AtlanticCity.com. Wayne Nelson is the new Atlantic City High School boys basketball coach after what seemed like forever. Gene Allen roaming the sidelines. Atlantic City's got a new man in charge.
Yeah, Gene Allen steps down in April, the winningest coach in Atlantic City history, and Wayne Nelson replaces him. Wayne is an Atlantic City guy, grew up in Atlantic City. His father, was an Atlantic City teacher and coach, and then became an Atlantic City policeman for many years. His dad is a member of the Battle by the Bay Committee. Wayne played at Holy Spirit, scored more than 1,000 points, went on to Adelphia University, excelled there, played professionally overseas for 9 years, then coached at Cedar Creek in Winslow. And last night was named as the head coach of the Atlantic City boys basketball program. Atlantic City, one of the top programs in the state. And, Wayne, a tradition of success, but a team that's kind of in a state of flux, really pounded by the pandemic, really ravaged by the pandemic. So Wayne has his work to do, but, he seems to be a good choice by the Board of Education.
For more coverage of local high school sports, the Phillies and more, Mike McGarry has you covered at AC Press McGarry, press of AtlanticCity.com. Mike, we'll talk more Phillies specifically when we chat on Friday because the Phillies are basically doing nothing tonight.
Exactly. No one in baseball is, so there you go.
Mike, take care.
All right, see you later.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Yell here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up the other side, Ryan Rothstein, my former co-host here at 97.3 ESPN. Now he is the host of the Philadelphia CityCast, among many other endeavors he has going on. He will join us coming up during the 3 o'clock hour. Geoff Mosher, football at 4 p.m. Weinberg Wednesday with Dave Weinberg, sports columnist for 97.3 ESPN.com at 5 o'clock. And at 5:30, Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports. Before we run out of time here, the texter says, Josh, soccer would be so much more entertaining if they played with no goalies and you saw long goals and 9-8 games. I certainly would be more inclined to tune in. And I'm someone who played soccer for a couple years in high school. I'm not anti-soccer, but I think that the people who complain there's not enough scoring in baseball, well, what's soccer then? Oh, a 3-2 game is enough scoring. Well, what's a 1-0 game that was scored in extra time at the 93rd minute? All soccer is just kicking a ball around.
The best way to wake up is with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Alert! We're under construction at Sport Hyundai in Egg Harbor. It's time to make room for our new and improved facility, and you're the big winner. We're clearing out inventory with our incredible construction reduction sale. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and more in stock and priced to move today. With Hyundai Assurance and America's best warranty, including the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Use our main entrance on Black Horse Pike. Construction reduction deals are once in a lifetime, and this inventory won't last. See for yourself in person or at sporthyundai.com.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
When you bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive, you could save money, but it doesn't cover any terrible memories living rent-free in your head.
Remember when one of your best players got injured, but not like on a play or anything? He got injured celebrating a play, and it's not like it was a game-winning play or in the playoffs, and he was out the rest of the season because he was injured while celebrating? Yeah.
Sorry, we can't save you from that memory, but we could save you money bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Renters insurance and bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
This is a court-ordered notice. If you were subject to the data breaches of the United States Office of Personnel Management and you experienced an out-of-pocket loss after the breaches, you could be eligible for a payment from a class action settlement. To see if you're eligible, go to opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567. That's opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567.
MVP's bonus days are here for pros. For 12 days, pros save big and MVPs get even more. Because MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points to redeem for rewards. Earn points on every dollar spent up to $1,000 and get up to 3 times more points when you shop select brands and products. Find MVP's bonus day savings from July 11th to the 22nd in-store and online. Exclusively at Lowe's. Exclusively for pros. MVP's Pro Rewards program subject to program terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms. Subject to change.
And Doug.
Chances are you're jamming in your car right now. And since Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance so you only pay for what you need, Limu and I are going to show you some safe car dance moves. Hit it. Everybody, check your blind spots real quick. Now hands on the wheel. Put them 10 and 2 and move your head like a bird do. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer lasting scent.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments, freedom from payments for 3 months, and freedom from your old car. Plus, if you have a job and clear $350 per week, Matt Blatt Kia wants to approve you today on any brand new Kia or pre-owned vehicle in stock, or one of hundreds of new 2023 Kia models en route, all with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. So bring any trade in any condition, even if you're stuck in a loan or lease. Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. Get cash for your car today, even if you don't buy a car from us. But why wouldn't you buy a new Kia? Because you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Unapproved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 8/7/22. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers, and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig here, hanging out with you on a Hump Day Wednesday, filling in for Mike Gill as he starts his vacation today. You got me for the afternoon here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by American Airlines. The Atlantic City International Airport, ACY, now has your one-stop ticket to over 90 domestic and international destinations. Book your next trip today at AA.com. Catch up with Ryan Rothstein and Philadelphia CityCast in just a bit, but first, we will check back in on the text board, 609-403-0973. Also, over at 973 ESPN on Twitter, I promised you a poll question of the day. Here is the poll question over on Twitter. So each day, I'm going to give you guys a poll question. You guys can jump in there, vote. You can comment on the text board, comment on the 973 ESPN mobile app DMs, wherever you feel like getting a hold of the show. But my poll question for today, because Ryan Rothstein and Mike Gill were having a conversation last week. And I like going through these kind of questions because I like questions that make me think, right? So this was generated off a conversation that was had recently here on the Sports Bash. So I want to know which Phillies team that got to the World Series but didn't win it was the better team. Was it the 2009 Phillies or was it the 93 Phillies? Now, here's how I look at it, and I know everyone's going to have a different perspective on this. Okay, in the early voting that's coming in is going with the 2009 Phillies over at 973 ESPN. Now, here's how I look at it. I think you could argue that both teams have specific strengths and weaknesses. I think that the Phillies hitting depth in 93 was better than 2009. I think that the starting pitching depth in 2009 was better than 93. I think the bullpens are about the same. And then it just comes down to positions, right? Dalton was a better hitting catcher than Ruiz. Ruiz arguably might be a better defensive catcher. Ryan Howard versus John Kruk. Howard's a league MVP. Kruk was just a multiple-time All-Star. Second base was a platoon. 2009 had Chase Utley. Shortstop had Kevin Stocker, the rookie, come up late in the season. Jimmy Rollins was 2009. Third base, you could argue that the Phillies having Dave Hollins and Charlie Hayes over there was better than, guys like Pedro Feliz and people like that. So, you could argue maybe the 2009 Phillies have the better infield. Maybe the 93 Phillies have the better outfield because, for as much as we love Shane Victorino, I would argue that Lenny Dykstra was the better hitting outfielder. They were about roughly similar when it came to defense, but I think Dykstra was the better hitting outfielder. And then in right field, Jason Worth was pretty good, but I think people forget how good guys like Pete Incaviglia were with the Phillies. So it's an interesting conversation. Right now, the 2009 Phillies are winning the poll. You can join the poll as well at 973 ESPN on Twitter. Over on the text board, 609-403-0973. A lot of conversation in the first hour about a lot of different things. So I'm going to try to get to as many text messages as I can. Texter in all caps from Big Will in Pleasantville says, Josh, so true what you said regarding Latin players being so proud of the game and their culture in baseball. It's from Big Will over in Pleasantville. Well, Will, I appreciate you chiming in. And look, I understand that there's people, we live in a world where people tend to look at sports through very narrow prisms. But for me, I don't look at sports or anything through a narrow prism. I think one of the negatives of the world we live in today, if I can just go on 30 seconds for a big picture point on this, I think social media has ruined our ability to think at times, because what does social media encourage you to do? Facebook, you're only friends with people you know. On Twitter, you follow people that you like and agree with. Same thing on Instagram. I'm sure TikTok is the same way, even though I'm on TikTok. So what happens? We grow up in an environment today, unlike when I was younger, okay, before the internet came along. Yes, I predate the internet. That's how old I am. But seriously, what happens? When you follow only people that you like or are interested in, you are inundated with information that is only to your liking and your interest. So you're never exposed to anything different. You never see anything different. You never hear or absorb anything different. So as a result, when someone like Dan and EHT chimes in and says what he said about the All-Star game, being 80% foreign players, and he follows up Dan and EHT and says, football has the least number of foreign players in college, and the pro football are the most popular. Well, that's not the reason why they're most popular, though. The players on the field, how they look in their names, has nothing to do with football's popularity, because football is the antithesis of basketball. Football is the ultimate team sport. It doesn't matter who your quarterback is if your offensive line doesn't block, your receivers don't catch, and your coach is an idiot, right? You had Matthew Stafford in Detroit for over a decade. He got to the playoffs, once, twice? He goes to the Rams, win the Super Bowl, right? It's crazy. That's football. Football's popularity is predicated on two specific things. One is the ultimate team sport, and there's a lot of people who look at football as saying, if if you work hard enough and you're part of a great team, you can win, and there's camaraderie and there's team first mentality. There's a cultural thing when it comes to football in this country. People grow up Friday night lights, high school football on Friday, college football Saturday, NFL Sunday. There's a lot of elements to that. The other side of the reason why football is so popular is because football has capitalized on two very interesting opposites. Football plays on the less is more, where you only get 17, 18 weeks of the football season and then the playoffs. And that's it. Whereas the NBA will go from October to June. Hockey goes from October to June. Yeah, you can jump in whenever you want. I saw a text message earlier today. A texter brought up and said they think that baseball is such a long season that people don't jump in early in the season and they just tune in later in the year. It's very possible. There's a lot of people who feel that way. I'm sure when the Sixers were in the playoffs this year, a lot of Philadelphia sports fans were kind of out of sight, out of mind when it came to the Phillies. Markets like New York, Chicago. There's a lot of places in this country where there are other sports going on in April and May, and their teams are in the playoffs, and they're like, I don't have to pay attention that closely to baseball. And the same thing with basketball and hockey. October and November, you're watching the NFL Thursday night, Sunday, Monday, college football Saturday, high school sports Friday night. You're not always invested in the Sixers and the Flyers or whatever teams that you're in your city on a night-to-night basis, because a lot of times they might go head-to-head with football. But football, on the opposite end of the spectrum, keeps the news cycle all year long. They have free agency. They have the draft. They have off-season training activities. They have minicamp. Realistically, it's only the months of July and February that football is not a part of the national consciousness on some level. So it has nothing to do with football, Danny HTs, the players on the field, why people love it. People love football because there are intrinsic qualities to the game that are part of Americana. Now, here's the thing. You go to other countries, American football is a nothing. You go to a place like Brazil, for example. You know what the top things in Brazil are? It's not even baseball. In Brazil, it's soccer and it's MMA. Those are the two of the biggest sports in Brazil. You go to a place like Mexico, what's big down in Mexico? Soccer and baseball. You go to a place like Germany, what's big in Germany? Basketball and soccer. There's a common thread here. Football is a unique entity that is exclusive to Americana here in the New World, here in North America. The CFL in Canada is being played right now, okay? You have Arena Football League that used to be popular, right? But you go to other countries, they don't have American football as a part of their culture. So, of course, there's not going to be a ton of foreign guys playing football. The foreign guys are playing baseball, they're playing basketball, they're playing hockey. Those great Detroit Red Wings teams of the 90s, half their names, people had to figure out, get a pronunciation guide. You had to go get an almanac from the library or something. Back in the day, we actually went to libraries. Remember that? And you would go to the library and you'd walk in and you had to pull up the pronunciation guide. Konstantinov, Fedorov, Iserman. I mean, these names are crazy. And Iserman's not even from another country. But the hockey is just infamous for those crazy names. So, people don't play American football from other countries because American football is not played anywhere else. Jordan Mailata played rugby in Australia. He wasn't playing American football. He's probably going to be one of the best left tackles in the NFL for the next few years. But in his country, there is no American football. So, when we look at sports through these strange lenses, I think that we forget that the world we live in today, first of all, is not like it was years ago. And it takes decades and decades for people to turn the table and come around and do different things. But again, I'm going from a big perspective. I understand that there are some people who look at things through a very narrow lens. Now, another good point about football over at 609-403 0973 Texas says fantasy football has really helped football's popularity as well. Everyone plays and you get to know who the players are and you're more invested. Absolutely. And I would argue that sports betting has also elevated some of these sports and their interests as well. Let's be realistic. You play fantasy football because, one, you're only doing it for basically 3 months, 4 months. And as the texter said, you learn the game, you learn the players. Same thing with sports betting. You become invested in players and games, situations you might not have invested in otherwise. There is nothing more labor intensive when it comes to sports than playing fantasy baseball. Fantasy baseball, this is the first year I've played fantasy baseball, and I feel like I've been liberated. I feel like my summer is more enjoyable because I'm not waking up every morning, picking up my phone, looking at my lineup. Oh, man, who am I starting? Oh, man, this pitcher's on the DL. Oh, man, I got to get this guy in the lineup. He's hitting 5 for 10 in the last 5 games, but I can't take that guy out of the lineup because he's hitting 7 for 12 in the last 5. I don't have to do that anymore. I can just enjoy my summer. So, I think there's a lot of reasons why football is popular. Also, during the fall, people are back on a schedule. During the summer, people are not on a schedule. There's a term we used to call appointment viewing when it came to television, right? This night, Friends was on, and this night, Seinfeld was on, and this night, ER was on. And then you knew, well, this night, baseball is on, and this night, no, you didn't do that with baseball. You knew there was one national game a week, and that was it. The rest of the week, you just had other stuff. Baseball now is everywhere. It's on streaming platforms, but you don't always know what night it's on. Sunday baseball, but there used to be the Saturday game of the week on Fox, right? There used to be the Monday night game, the Tuesday night game. Now the games are on almost every night. People want to go out and enjoy their lives. They might flip on the game or watch it at a local establishment or, maybe stream it on their phone, listen on the radio. But it's not appointment viewing like football is. Football is Thursday night, Sunday, Monday. And it's during a time of year where the kids are back in school. People are back on their regular schedules with work. And football has been able to play off of that. So it's fantasy football. It's the time of the year. It's the Americana element of the game of football, how football has done, frankly, the best job I've ever seen of promoting itself in terms of marketing and stuff. Football makes it like they are the biggest thing on earth. And guess what? According to people's viewership habits, of the 50 most watched things on in this country, okay, on television, 1 through 14 were NFL games. And 25 out of 50 were NFL games. And 27 out of 50 were football in general. So, listen, people are watching football for a variety of reasons. I think it's too simplistic to narrow it down to something as who the players are or not on the field. Couple more texts I want to get in here. This text is funny over at 609-403. Oh, I wish the person left his name so I give him credit for it because this did make me chuckle during the break. Texter says, maybe baseball could try putting ads back in Marvel Comics again and get bubblegum companies sponsoring highlights. First of all, only people of a certain age understand that. That's great. If you're like under the age of like 32, you have no idea what that guy is talking about. That is priceless. It is true though. When you would go buy a pack of baseball cards, and part of the thing was there might be a piece of bubble gum in there, and you would chew on the gum, and you could tell how long the baseball pack had been sitting around at the local store because how stale or not stale the gum was. And it was, hey, you want a piece of gum? Buy these baseball cards. You're like, all right, I'll buy the baseball cards. The pack of baseball cards was less expensive than a pack of bubble gum was by itself. You get the big pack of bubble gum, and that might be like one price, but the pack of baseball cards with the gum inside will be another price, and you have to, I want the gum, I want the baseball cards with the gum. It is true, though, that a lot of advertisements were in Marvel and DC comics for decades, or 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, when people going to buy comic books was a huge thing. There would be ads in there for, like he said, baseball games, for football games, for shampoo, for all kinds of things used to be in those comic books. It was actually got to a point where people would not read certain comics because they knew certain comic books contained too many ads in them. One of the things that hurt DC Comics at one point was DC Comics had too many ads in their comics, and people stopped buying them at one point. And then DC had to cut down the number of ads they put in the comics and just kept the ads to certain parts of the booklets. But I digress. That is a funny point. Maybe baseball should look. Maybe baseball needs a little bit more pop culture in their world. Maybe you need more guys on TikTok, right? More guys on Instagram. One of the things that has been a huge part of the growth of the NBA in the last several years from being, there was a point where baseball was number 2 and basketball was number 3. And basketball, in the aftermath of Jordan retiring, had to kind of refine themselves. People forget that part of the NBA lockout over a decade ago was because the NBA was losing money. They had, and I don't have the Forbes article in front of me, but it was either 16 or 18 of their franchises that were in the negative financially. There was a point in the time when the NBA was grossing $5 billion, but netting $300 million. That's part of the reason why they had to have the lockout, because the NBA was on the verge of a financial crisis. And in the last decade, players have helped grown the league to these exponential numbers. I know not in terms of per se television viewership, but in terms of attention, in terms of marketing, in terms of jersey sales, in terms of NBA League Pass purchases, in terms of people downloading the NBA app, following people on Instagram and Twitter and all these different things, because the players have been utilizing the social media and other aspects to generate popularity, to generate interest. So what happens is that the NBA also gravitated to pop culture. How many times have you seen a commercial now for a movie and the joke is, oh, so-and-so player meets so-and-so character from a movie, right? But you almost never see with baseball. It's always basketball and football and other sports. It's Zach LaVine in a Sprite commercial. It's not Aaron Judge in a Sprite commercial. By the way, in the headline segment today, we got to talk about what Aaron Judge said on national TV. Holy cow. He did not handle an interview very well yesterday. It was around, I think, 5 or 6 o'clock in the day yesterday, so I didn't get to see it live, but holy Toledo. When I saw the highlight of what he said in response to that young Yankees fan asking a question, Aaron Judge might be losing fans right now. But seriously, that is one of the best texts of the day. That baseball should put ads back in Marvel Comics, get bubblegum companies sponsoring highlights. Look, one of the reasons why hockey viewership went up recently is, one, because they were on ESPN consistently and they were on Turner, and ESPN in turn did a great job of promoting it, and hockey viewership, especially in the playoffs, was up basically 50 to 70% across the board, which is insane. But hockey's also did a great job at realigning themselves with the modern ways of promoting yourself. Hockey is connected with car brands and alcohol brands. Honda, the official, car of hockey. You go to a Honda dealership, they have NHL stuff in there. It's ridiculous, right? New Amsterdam vodka, the official vodka of hockey. Every hockey team now has an official beer partner, for goodness sake. they're finding different ways to try to entice people to pay attention to their sport. And maybe baseball needs to be a little bit more gimmicky. Maybe baseball needs to be a little more ridiculous. Josh Hennig King, with you, maybe I'm ridiculous. Here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app at 973 ESPN. The poll question is, I'm asking you because the Phillies aren't playing right now, but the fact that the Phillies haven't been in the playoffs in a decade. Well, last time we saw the Phillies, it was the Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley era. Well, that was also the last time the Phillies were in the World Series. So which Phillies team at 973 ESPN that got to the World Series but didn't win it was the better team? The 2009 Phillies or the 93 Phillies? We'll also check on your text over at 609-403-0973 and your DMs into the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And by the way, speaking of advertising, I got one of those surveys in my email, speaking of hockey and alcohol. And the reason I thought it was because I got one of those surveys and it was asking questions about how, if you saw this, for example, supposedly, and I don't know, I didn't even know this until I did this survey. Apparently Jägermeister is the official alcohol partner of the Flyers, and New Amsterdam's the official vodka of the NHL. Has there ever been a point in time where you've seen a liquor or a drink or, Gatorade, Powerade, whatever it may be, you saw it associated with your favorite sports team, your favorite athlete, and it actually got you to go out and buy said product? Because that's never happened to me, but I wonder if it's happened to anybody else, because sometimes I wonder how much of advertising you see on television and with sports actually generates people buying the product, and how much of it is just putting it in people's consciousness of maybe you're not buying the product because it's the official Flyers or official baseball thing. Maybe you're buying just because you saw so many commercials for it. You just happen to be in the store and I'll give this a shot. All right, we got a lot on the plate today. Josh Hennig. It's a hump day Wednesday. It's the middle of the summer. We're here to have some fun here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle.
Our love for sports is what makes us different from any other station in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah!
Number one for live sports and sports talk. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Calling Philly sports fans. Travel with the pros at Philly Sports Trips. If you're a diehard Philly fan looking for some great Philly sports road trips, it's time to check out the full trip lineup at phillysportstrips.com.
School's out, but we are rewriting the math. 0 + 0 = one heck of a great deal at Matt Blatt Nissan. That's right, 0 down, 0 payments for 3 full months, and 0 mistaking. That only Matt Blatt Nissan has brand new 2022 Nissan Armadas discounted $5,000 off. Plus, buy with peace of mind with our 4-day longer leave it return policy. Don't see your Matt Blatt Nissan on the lot? Don't worry, you could be driving it home tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Plus, if you're stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. With 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 1.9% financing. Only at MattBlattNissan.com. On approved Tier 1 credit through NEMAC. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle plus tax tag and $479 fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 8/7/2022. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Almost 3 million people use Navage to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage, the world's only nose cleaner that helps flush out airborne germs with powered suction. But what do doctors have to say about Navage? Here's Dr. Tonya Farmer, a board-certified ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Most airborne allergens and viruses enter through your nose. When that happens, it can cause congestion and irritation, and that just makes you feel miserable. You can get a cold, you can get flu, sinus infections, or even worse. Flushing your nose with a saline solution is the most effective way to flush all of those dangerous threats out of your nose. So now when patients come in my office, I tell them I highly recommend that you use Navage on a daily basis for overall good health and wellness.
And Navage is all natural and drug-free at Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil, just $32.95. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobil 1 full synthetic. On sale now at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
South Jersey has been traveling with Philly sports trips for years. Fans have been begging for a South Jersey bus pickup spot, and it's finally happening for their bus trip to the Washington game in September. Come and join over 400 fans already signed up for the best bus trip and tailgate of the season with award-winning food, great drinks, and more. Come say hi to Carson and help get them to their goal of 1,000 fans to FedEx. Philly Sports Trips partnered with the famous Ernest & Sons Meat Market in Brigantine, and they're ready to make this season's trips the best yet.
Looking good, Mrs. Dubs.
The head groundskeeper at Thad's Golf Course just retired.
We need to find someone in the next 2 weeks. Someone with botany and management experience.
He needs a replacement because the greens are already looking a little rough.
Aeration. They need to know it all.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
With GMF financing approved credit. Excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet. Because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
3:31 here on a Wednesday here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Still coming up on the show, football for Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Weinberg Wednesday with Dave Weinberg at 5 p.m. and CBS Sports NFL writer Jeff Kerr at 5:30. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. A lot of text to sift through. A lot of you guys have a lot of opinions about a lot of things we've been talking about today. Tom from Margate chimes in and says, "Hey, Josh, I never got Topps baseball gum. It didn't taste like plywood." And for those who saw George Carlin's comic routine, the difference between baseball and football, that's the best, funniest analysis from Tom and Margate. Yeah, George Carlin, I remember that. It was, how, baseball is about who's up. Football is about the downs. Football is played at places like Soldier Field, and baseball is played at the ballpark. Basically the George Carlin skit. For those who haven't seen it, first of all, you should. It is funny. Basically is that baseball is all fun and happy and football is all serious and tough, and there is a comedic element, but also a serious element to it as well. Look, I think that there is a part of people who love football because there is an alpha male element to the game. People historically have identified the best athletes as the biggest alphas in a society, and football is in today's world, the biggest alphas in society. It used to be the professional boxer was the biggest alpha male in a society. Your Muhammad Ali, your George Foreman, your Joe Frazier in the 70s. In the 80s, it was Roberto Duran versus Sugar Leonard. It was Marvin Hagler in the 80s. Football became, the more alpha man sport in the aftermath of Mike Tyson basically knocking out half the world. Mike Tyson just blew through people for about a few years there. And then in the aftermath, you started noticing more guys had grown up to want to play football than be great heavyweight boxers. And at that point, when the best American boxer in the world weighed about 100 pounds less than the heavyweight champion of the world, I think some people started losing some interest in that. But yeah, there is a fun element to the fact that baseball was attributed to bubblegum and spring and summer and sunshine and fun, and football was attributed to seriousness and strategy and hard hitting and all that stuff. So I totally get that. There is a historical divergence when it comes to those sports. But part of the reason why basketball overtook baseball was because of the fact that basketball became great at promoting their sport out of necessity. Without Michael Jordan, basketball became, oh man, who is the star? Who's the big name? So literally almost anyone who came along, basketball promoted them. That's part of the reason why the UFC in mixed martial arts elevated the way they did ahead of boxing to certain people, because of the fact that while boxing had the alphabet soup of everybody and their cousin at a belt, the WBC, Ring Magazine, WBA, this person's a champ, but this person's the champ too. We got to unify the belt. MMA with the UFC basically said, we got one champ and the champ's the best in the world. And they promoted it that way. And that's how they were able to, build up their sport. Basketball did a similar thing. Basketball, it was Kobe Bryant and Shaq won the NBA title. So they're the two best players on the planet. Let's discuss, right? And, the reason why we have the debate shows we have today was in some ways born out of these crazy arguments we would have. Kobe or LeBron or Kawhi, and basketball became a sport of individuals. Football is a sport of groups of people. And baseball kind of got lost in the translation and all that because, baseball kind of got forgotten because of the fact that baseball kind of sat on their laurels and said, you love baseball, come watch the game. And people were like, I never feel like spending all that money for a baseball game. In a world where people have to pick and choose what they're going to spend their disposable income on, in a world where, people would rather, let's use the example, go rent a house at the shore here in South Jersey than spend a ton of money on one baseball game. They'd rather spend that money on a weekend in Ocean City or Sea Isle or wherever. That's what's going on, in a sport where baseball used to be, you take the family to the game because the baseball ticket was generally less expensive than the other sports. Well, baseball has turned into, well, you got to pay for the parking, you got to pay for the concession, you got to pay for the tickets, you got to pay, you got 4 people going to the game. Well, you got to spend $100 at the concession stand. It's become a mess. So now people are saying for money reasons as well, I'd rather spend my money on a baseball game or a football game. I'd rather spend my money on basketball or football. And it becomes that conversation as well. And also baseball is just for a long time there, not until recently has baseball really embraced the modern age of technology. For years it was just old people watching baseball games. Now thanks to TikTok and Instagram, baseball is getting a little more to the younger people. Over on the text board, 609-403-0973. I asked the question for the break. Has there ever been a time where an athlete or a sport endorsed a product and it initiated you to be like, I am buying that because of that team or that player or that situation? Like, you see the official this of this sport. I mentioned that I just learned recently that Jägermeister is the official whatever of the Philadelphia Flyers, and that New Amsterdam vodka is the official vodka of the NHL. And I remember thinking, there's never been a time in my life where I was like, I'm going to buy that because of that team or that sport or that person. Well, Joe in EHT chimes in at 609-403-0973, says, I think only Tiger Woods made people buy Nike, but as far as a drink, I've never have bought a drink because of a team or a sport. Yeah, I think Tiger is the easiest one to grab onto, because when Tiger did those Nike commercials, Hello World, and the one where he's, he's got the golf ball on the club and he's bouncing it up and down, and he winds back and swings and hits it. When Tiger did those things endorsing Nike, that was the first time you really considered Nike for golf, right? And Nike was smart to basically latch on to Tiger Woods and say, hey, we're going to ride this train and we're going to take it as far as we can take it. Same way that Nike did the Jordan brand in the 80s and the 90s. It's the idea that, if you can find a superstar athlete, you might be inclined to buy that product. But I don't really know if people buy Jordans even to this day. The Jordan sneaker is a cultural icon at this point. But how many people go to fill in the blank shoe place, the brick and mortar or online, and if it's any other athlete, they're like, yeah, I'm buying that sneaker because of LeBron, Kyrie, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, right? It doesn't really happen. By the way, speaking of Joel Embiid, Phil chimes in earlier at 609-403-0973. Phil says, hey, Josh, any updates on Embiid's injury progress? Also, Kendrick Perkins said on ESPN that Harden is busy in busting it in workouts. I read where he's working out with Maxey as well. All good signs. Phil on the text board at 609-403-0973. Speaking of basketball, a couple things. One, everything I've heard is that Embiid is recovering and on track to be there for training camp, coming off of his crazy injuries. So, basically, I've heard nothing but positives on Embiid's front. And the same thing with Harden. Perk's not wrong. Harden is apparently started his offseason training program earlier than usual. He said in the two interviews, the one with hottime.com and the other one with Chris Haynes, that he's basically changed up his diet. He's trying to get himself in the best shape of his life, and that he knows that he's got to play better next year for the Sixers to reach a championship. Next year's a prove-it year for Harden. It's kind of like the football or the baseball player who goes into that free agent year and they play their best game of their life, their best season, propels them into getting the next big contract. I kind of think that's what Harden's doing. And I've seen videos of Harden and Maxey working out with Sam Cassell. So apparently they're all together doing workouts. So Phil, yeah, it's all positive signs in terms of those things. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. This is definitely dating yourself, Texture. Texture says, I couldn't wait until I was of age to have a Miller Lite because of Bob Uecker. LOL. Referencing Bob Uecker in general is a specific age group reference. It doesn't even matter the rest of the text. I appreciate the LOL because it shows that you're at least modern enough to got that with you, but dropping a Bob Uecker reference. I remember when he was in the movie Major League, that was like a thing. It was like, they got a real broadcast. They got Bob Uecker for this. Part of the joke with the Leslie Nielsen movies was that, when they had different people doing different jobs, it was like random actors or random people. And it was part of the satire Whereas when Bob Uecker was the broadcaster for Major League and they're using the actual Cleveland Indian uniforms, it was like, whoa, this is real baseball going on here. But that was the late 80s, early 90s. Bob Uecker hasn't been that guy for about 20 years, basically. That gives you an idea of how old that texter is. Sorry, texter. Had to date you a little bit there. We'll get more text on the other side. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. We've been all over the place today, but guess what? It's a hump day Wednesday. It's the middle of the summer. We got no baseball game on tonight. The baseball All-Star game was last night. We're here to have some fun. We're here to talk about a lot of different things. And the poll question right now, it's a runaway at 973 ESPN. Also, I'm seeing on the text board, people are chiming in favor of the 2009 Phillies. Right now, 83% go for 2009 Phillies over 93 Phillies. My first question is, how much of that is recency bias and how much of that is people actually being objective? Just a question. All right, back with more Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City, SpringfieldMitsu.com.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name is Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Come on, we're going to be late to the cookout.
I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese.
I hope you packed the Pepto, too.
Huh?
Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much? And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs? You're going to need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
MVP's bonus days are here for pros. For 12 days, pros save big and MVPs get even more. Because MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points to redeem for rewards. Earn points on every dollar spent up to $1,000 and get up to 3 times more points when you shop select brands and products. Find MVP's bonus day savings from July 11th to the 22nd in-store and online. Exclusively at Lowe's. Exclusively for pros. MVP's Pro Rewards program subject to program terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms. Subject to change.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's. 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 Reese's.
Reese's. Hey, get out of here, you little stinker. Reese's.
Reese's. Reese's.
Peanut Butter Cups.
That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
Where did I put that?
Pete's property manager just took an extended vacation.
Busy to dreams.
He needs a replacement before this becomes a cruel summer.
You wanted the lakefront for the 17th.
How did this get double booked already?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments, freedom from payments for 3 months, and freedom from your old car. Plus, if you have a job and clear $350 per week, Matt Blatt Kia wants to approve you today on any brand new Kia or pre-owned vehicle in stock, or one of hundreds of new 2023 Kia models en route, all with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. So bring any trade in any condition, even if you're stuck in a loan or lease. Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. Get cash for your car today, even if you don't buy a car from us. But why wouldn't you buy a new Kia? Because you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Unapproved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 8/7/22. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Tom's River.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, wrapping up the 3 o'clock hour here on the Sport Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, and this hour being brought to you by American Airlines and Atlantic City International Airport. ACY now is your one-stop ticket to over 90 domestic and international destinations. Book your next trip today at AA.com. So to come, Geoff Mosher, football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast at 4 p.m. Weinberg Wednesday with Dave Weinberg at 5 p.m. and Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer at 5:30. We asked you on Twitter, the poll right now is 81% say the 2009 Phillies, they would take over the 93 Phillies. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. Dan EHT says 2009 was clearly better. They had the big piece of Ryan Howard, and the pitching staff that they had, those two alone are slam dunk choice. The Phillies only lost because, as Dan EHT's words, the PED cheating Yankees. Well, first of all, to call the Yankees PED cheating, it basically is accusing the entire team of cheating, and I don't think the whole team was on PEDs or cheating. The thing with the Phillies that year is, I mentioned this earlier, how you view the pitching staff matters, because your main starters that season. Okay, I'm going to run down the guys who started the most number of games for the Phillies that year. All right. So you had Cole Hamels started 32 games. Joe Blanton started 31 games. Jamie Moyer, 25. J.A. Happ, 23. Cliff Lee, 12. Brett Myers, 10. Pedro Martinez, 9. So, is that pitching staff a slam dunk, or do we have a nostalgia about that era of Phillies? Because sometimes when you have conversations with people, they forget that the best Phillies pitching staff with Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee, Roy Oswalt, and Cole Hamels and Joe Blanton was not 2008 or 2009. In the World Series, it was Pedro Martinez versus the Yankees in that postseason, right? We forget that, the 2008 and 2009 Phillies, they were in many ways carried by the offense, okay? So when you compare the pitching staffs, that was the 2009 Phillies. I'll read off again to you. Cole Hamels, Joe Blanton, Jamie Moyer, J.A. Happ, Cliff Lee, Brett Myers, Pedro Martinez. Those were your 7 guys who started the most games that season for the 2009 Phillies. Now, the 93 Phillies had Kurt Schilling, Danny Jackson, Tommy Green, Terry Mulholland, Ben Revere. Those 5 guys started the most games for them. They had a couple guys who had spot starts in between. But So the Phillies basically went out there with 5 horses and basically were like, all right, well, here we go, boys, and between Schilling, Danny Jackson, and Tommy Green by themselves, they accounted for 48 of the Phillies' wins that year in 93. Whereas you go to 2009 and you realize the guys who had the most wins that year were Cole Hamels, Joe Blanton, and Jamie Moyer, and even those guys only combined for 34 wins. Jay Happ had 12 wins that year. Cliff Lee was guy at the trade deadline. They brought in Pedro Martinez late in the year. Yeah, he went 5-1, but he only had 9 starts. So that's why I asked the question, are the people who are picking the 2009 Phillies doing it objectively, or is there some nostalgia with it? Is there a little bit of, hey, we most recently remember that run of the Phillies and we hold it so dearly, and people forget, the 2009 Phillies, they had some bangers. Okay, you mentioned Ryan Howard. Howard had 141 RBI that year. Jason Worth had 99. Raul Bañez had 93. Chase Utley had 93. Pedro Feliz, remember him? He had 82 RBI. J-Roll himself had 77 RBI. 93 Phillies, they were a bit of a different story. Dolan had 105. Dave Hollins had 93. Pete Incaviglia had 89 RBI. John Kruk had 85 RBI. And then Mariano Dunk had 73. So, it's kind of, to me, I think the teams are a lot closer than we're discussing right now. And that's why I wanted to ask the poll question, because, when I heard the discussion last week on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill about the Phillies and their different teams and everything, and about how, fondly everybody looked back on that run from 2007 to 2011, and it seems like a lot of people are like mixing and matching rosters. Some of this conversation is people are forgetting that Roy Halladay didn't even come along until 2010. Cliff Lee wasn't on the 2008 team. The 2009 team, that was Pedro Martinez. What was it? Game 2, Game 3 at Yankee Stadium? And you were just with your fingers crossed. I remember thinking, man, if Pedro can get us through 5-6 innings versus the Yankees, we have a shot to win this game. What a way of thinking. The Phillies were hoping old Pedro Martinez could beat the Yankees in 2009. All right, we'll get back to the football coming aside. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Bird podcast will join us next here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
Many of our jobs require us to stare at a computer screen for long periods of time, causing what is known as computer vision syndrome or digital eye strain. Between 50 and 90% of people who work at a computer have at least some symptoms, which include red, tired, and dry eyes, and sometimes blurry vision. It can also affect our children when they stare at a tablet or phone screen for hours on end. Some ways to combat this problem: cut down on screen time, use specially designed computer glasses, and practice the 20-20-20 rule. When you're on a screen, every 20 minutes, look away at something at least 20 feet away for 20 seconds. These regular screen breaks give our eyes some much-needed rest and help prevent eye strain. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
School's out, but we are rewriting the math. 0 plus 0 equals one heck of a great deal at Matt Blatt Nissan. That's right, 0 down, 0 payments for 3 full months, and 0 mistaking. That only Matt Blatt Nissan has brand new 2022 Nissan Armadas, discounted $5,000 off, plus buy with peace of mind. With our 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Don't see your Matt Blatt Nissan on the lot? Don't worry, you could be driving it home tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Plus, if you're Stuck in a loan or lease? AJ the Trade Man can get you released even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. With 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 1.9% financing. Only at MetLetNissan.com. On approved Tier 1 credit through NEBAC. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle plus tax tag and $479 doc fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MetLetNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 8/7/2022. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that your phone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Traffic.
All right.
This wagon commute is killing me. You mind if I turn on the old radio?
Oh, this song again. I swear they play the same 3 chants on every station.
At this rate, it's going to take a fortnight to get to work.
Well, just be glad you don't need to fill up. I mean, have you seen the price of hay?
Mm-hmm.
Throughout history, people have always hated to commute. That's why Monster lets you search work from home jobs. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
With JMF Financing Approved Credit, excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet, because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
This is why we're #1 for sports in South Jersey.
The Eagles are going to make the playoffs. They play the second easiest schedule. And oh, by the way, Jalen Hurts is good.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher.
My personality is I want to win badly. I want to win more Lombardis for Philadelphia and our fans. We got the greatest fans around, and I will do everything possible.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios. This is Football at 4.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sport Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City, InsideTheBirds.com, and the Inside the Birds podcast. It's where you find the one and only Geoff Mosher, who joins us today, talk more about the Eagles and the NFC East. The latest edition of the podcast was breaking down with Greg Cosell the Washington Commanders. I almost called them the Washington football team, Geoff. I was saying earlier, these teams need to stop changing their names and their cities. It's really messing me up, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is the third name in 3 years for the Washington franchise. So hopefully this one sticks.
Hell.
What's that?
How many jerseys do you need to sell, for goodness sake? I mean, come on.
Well, if there's going to be a franchise that tries to make a few extra bucks, I think Washington might be that one.
Yeah, considering Daniel Snyder is being accused of lying about his financial records by the SEC. And we're not talking about the Southeastern Conference. He's talking about the government accusing him. So.
Now, I'm not a huge international soccer fan, European soccer or anything like that. I mean, I watch the World Cup, but there was something cool to me about Washington football team, where if they had made it Washington Football Club, I probably would have appreciated the uniqueness of that too. But I knew they weren't going to keep that around.
Yeah, well, I'm still calling them the Washington football team sometimes. I'll run into people, I'm like, oh, Washington football team. And they're like, yeah, man. And I'm like, they didn't even catch it.
Yeah.
We're all still it's just over almost half our heads already.
I think it was easier to adjust to saying it than writing it. Writing Washington football team was really weird because a lot of times when you second reference a team, or when we talk about the Eagles, we don't say Philadelphia Eagles. Just saying, so-and-so caught a 5-yard pass for the football team was really odd. That part was strange.
Yeah. I assume in that case, you might have just said Washington in that case, probably, instead of the football team.
Yeah, but you can't just write a whole, 500-word story and use Washington 35 times. You got to mix it up.
Good point. Well, you guys are talking about the Washington Commanders with Greg Cosell this week. And I think for a lot of people out there, when they look at the NFC East, they look at the Eagles and how they match up against their rivals, the natural inclination is to first go to the former Eagles quarterback, Carson Wentz. So, what is a realistic expectation of the Washington offense with Carson Wentz?
Well, as we talked about in our preview show with Greg Cosell on Inside the Birds, there are certain things that Carson Wentz does well. I know that the recency bias thing makes everyone think that Carson Wentz sucks, but he actually had some pretty good games last year. And in totality, a decent season that just came to a crashing end because of a variety of reasons. But Greg brought up that Carson in Frank Reich's pure West Coast offense was never the best fit, because Carson, and we've seen this ourselves when he was playing well, was a downfield thrower, a second reaction type play kind of guy, not necessarily the best with the timing and the rhythm of the short throws across the middle that you commonly see in a West Coast offense. So when you combine him with what Scott Turner does, which is a lot of RPOs, which Carson was excellent at, especially as an Eagles quarterback, and a lot of downfield throws, which is what Scott Turner does because he's the son of Norv Turner, and everyone knows Norv Turner and the four verticals and all that, like to push the ball down the field. So, yeah, there's probably a better system fit here for Carson Wentz. So, I don't know. You asked a question, what kind of year? I don't know what kind of numbers we're talking about, but I just think there's an opportunity for him to look more like the Carson Wentz, not of 2017. You're never going to see that again, I don't think, but maybe of 2018, late 2019 when he went 4-0 in December there. I just think that there's probably a better opportunity to see that guy in Washington because of the system that he's in, and also because, when he was in Indianapolis, Josh, his best receiver was Michael Pittman, who is kind of like that contested catch physical guy, not necessarily a burner. And Carson, if you remember in his time here, it's not like he and Alshon ever had that kind of throw it up, go get it rhythm. It just was never there like it was for Alshon with other quarterbacks. Instead, you saw Carson kind of click more with Ertz on the deeper tight end routes, and then of course Nelson Aguilar. And I think with guys like Terry McLaurin and a guy like Jahan Dotson, who I think is going to assimilate fairly easily into that offense and be a movable piece, they've got two decent tight ends there. Of course, Logan Thomas comes back. He's a nice tall target. Diami Brown, the rookie last year. I just think that, and Curtis Samuel, of course, I think the RPO game and the downfield offense has a chance to be pretty good for Washington with what they have now, as long as they can block it up. And that'll be their big question, because the interior of their offensive line is not their strong point.
Now, with all that being said, you mentioned some of those offensive weapons. One of the reasons why the Eagle fan out there is like, yeah, we got James Bradbury. Yeah, we got Hassan Reddick, is because the Eagle fan knows that if you're playing Washington and you're playing Dallas, they got some offensive talent down there. You mentioned Terry McLaurin. They got Jordan Reed, Antonio Gibson. How do you tier Washington's offensive weapons? Because you just said Wentz is not a guy who's going to, throw the deep ball constantly. He likes to throw deep, but he's not a guy who always looks for the number one receiver. So how do you think Washington's offense gets tiered with Wentz as quarterback versus somebody else?
Well, I think that it's going to look more like what you've expected from a Ron Rivera / Scott Turner offense, which is it's going to be predicated on running the ball to put the quarterback in good play action scenarios. So you might see Carson Wentz under center more than you did last year in Indianapolis. Although granted, they ran the ball a lot in Indianapolis, and I don't know, he might have been under center a lot there too. I do not know. And again, I think you're going to see a good reprisal for Carson of the RPO game. And I think with guys like McLaurin and guys like Jahan Dotson, who are precise route runners and can hit that quick intermediary throw, probably also better for that kind of an RPO system than what he had in Indianapolis a little bit, I would say. So, yeah, I think you're going to see Ron Rivera's not stupid. He knows that he went out and signed 2 veteran, aging, probably past their prime guards in Trey Turner and in Andrew Norwell. Both guys who were good, but not what they used to be. And so that'll be their struggle. So when you have a struggling interior, you're trying to run that quicker RPO stuff, and then you're trying to work off play action. You want to be ahead of the sticks. You want to be at 2nd and 3 so that if you're bringing Carson under center a little bit and pretending to hand off, then you give him the opportunity to throw the ball downfield because the defense is in kind of a run look at the time. But if they have to throw the ball 40 times at a shotgun, sort of like Carson's last year with Doug Peterson, it ain't going to work and it's going to be a disaster. But that's sort of also, Josh, where like the defense comes in and has to be back to 2 years ago. It has to be a very good defense so that you're not asking this offense to go out there and average 34 points a game.
Geoff Mosher here on Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, the late edition with Greg Cosell, doing a deep dive into the Washington Commanders. Trying to get that name right here. Washington Commanders.
Well done.
Not the Washington football team anymore. Make sure you download the Inside the Birds podcast for the full deep dive from Greg Cosell. One of the things you guys also mentioned was the usage of Antonio Gibson. And you just mentioned about, the play action and the RPO. Now, Gibson is not a traditional in between the tackles guy. Right. So, how do they balance that? Because J.D. McKissick isn't either. Jared Patterson, he did it at Buffalo, but he's barely my height, basically, Jared Patterson, and Brian Robinson, when he was at Alabama, he's a bigger boy than those other guys, but I'm not going to sit here and act like he was a bowling ball either. So if you're a team that's saying we're going to do play action and RPO, but you have a bunch of guys who are not really Jonathan Taylor, for example, how does that work?
Yeah, I still think that they can have a model running game and a representative running game with Antonio Gibson, who I thought, developed as a ball carrier. For a guy who played mostly slot receiver in college, I thought, I think he had the 3rd most carries in the NFL last year. So you can certainly run the ball with him. And Greg Cosell is very, very high on Brian Robinson coming out of Alabama, to the point where Greg felt that Robinson's skill set, to really the point you're making, is more of a feature back skill set than even Antonio Gibson. But that's fine for Rivera, who's always been kind of a running back by committee guy anyway. I think we talked on Monday about when he was with Carolina and Cam had his MVP season, they were running the ball with Jonathan Stewart and D'Angelo Williams, and they had the top rushing game. You added the running element from Cam Newton, and they were one of the best running teams in football, and he's always been that way. So whether or not Gibson is the primary ball carrier or the secondary, it doesn't matter. If Brian Robinson's as good as people think he's going to be as good as Greg Cosell thinks he can be, you got a nice dynamic 1-2 punch there. And I would say what Ron will have to do is probably call up more screens than usual, because if he wants to get the ball in the hands of Gibson, who's a very good receiver, and I think Brian can catch the ball too, the Carson Wentz is not a big fan of the checkdowns. So if he wants to get the ball in the hands of these guys, he's going to have to call screens at the right times. Which, by the way, is what Doug did, after 2017, 18, 19, like Miles Sanders, like he had to call some of that stuff for Carson to throw because he knew the check down wasn't there.
By the way, you mentioned about Gibson and the carries. He was 4th in the NFL last year in rush attempts. 9 ahead of Dalvin Cook, just to give people an idea of, the range we're talking about. Like him and Dalvin Cook almost have the same number of carries. So, I think for someone like me and a lot of listeners, that would surprise people because, the average fan who's playing fantasy football, Geoff, they're saying, Antonio Gibson catches the ball out of the backfield.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they would have liked to have had him catch more balls out of the backfield, but this was a team that lost Fitzpatrick early, was back to Taylor Heineke. Gibson himself battled a foot injury, I believe, and a leg injury almost all year long. It's amazing that he was actually 4th in the NFL in carries with all the injuries that he was dealing with, and that's something that you want to be cautious of too from a fantasy standpoint. So also you seem to have the stats in front of me. I don't. I would say I would bet his yards per carry average was not very impressive for someone who carried the ball as much as he did. It was probably in the low 4s. Whereas a guy like Dalvin Cook and Miles Sanders and Nick Chubb, they're over 5 yards per carry, even if they're not carrying the ball that much or whatever. Chubb does, but those guys I think did more with their carries than Antonio Gibson, which is why I would tell you that's probably why the Washington felt they needed another running back.
Yeah, Gibson was exactly 4.0 yards per attempt.
Oh, did I nail that or what?
Yeah. Either that or you remembered your own research already.
Yes, that's true. I did research it a while back and remember. But the point is that's really not as impressive of a yards per carry average as some of the more electric backs in the league. So he got a high volume, but he really didn't move the chains the way they were hoping he would.
Geoff Mosher on top of his P's and Q's here on Football at 4 here on 97.3 ESPN. Flip it over to the defense. I think that was the thing that shocked people last year, Geoff. The first 6 weeks, they were one of the worst defenses in the NFL. It took them half the year to figure out, oh, snap, we should probably play defense if we want to win games. How does that change this year? Do you feel that the defense is better than last year? Are they pretty much running it back? What is it?
I mean, they are pretty much running it back from a schematic and personnel standpoint. I mean, they had 2 tough losses on the defensive line as backups, and in Tim Settle and in Matt Ioannidis, the Temple guy who, of course, he went to Temple, so he's got to rejoin with Matt Rule down there in Carolina with all the other Temple guys. But they did draft Fedarian Mathis out of Alabama in the 2nd round, defensive tackle guy. Another guy Greg Cosell really likes and should fit into this rotation pretty well. So the issue to me is not talent, Josh. I think last year, unlike the Eagles, where I think the coordinator had to make up for some of the talent deficiency, Jack Del Rio sort of did the same thing as far as scheme by switching things. He went from zone, which he usually plays, to man defense halfway through the year, and you saw a big difference in the results. Now, why he felt to do that, they just weren't carrying out their assignments well. Adam Kaplan kind of reported on our podcast, maybe people too were freelancing a little bit too much. So they've got to get back to playing together as a team. And of course, Chase Young was off to an okay start and then got hurt out for the year. He's got to come back sort of with a chip on his shoulder. But that front 4 with 4 first-round picks, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, Chase Young, and Montez Sweat is undoubtedly, in my mind, unequivocally the best front 4 in the division and maybe in football. I mean, it's that good when those guys are all playing for each other. Remember, there was a sort of an altercation, I think, between Payne and Jonathan Allen on the side. I mean, they had such a rough season with COVID and with the rotating quarterbacks and everything. So if they can get off on a better start and generate some momentum, they can be a very difficult team. I do believe that their defense is really good from top to bottom. I think their linebacker Jamin Davis, they drafted in the 1st round, probably get better. Good corners in William Jackson and Fuller. So I wouldn't tell you I think Washington has the best 53 in the division. I think it's better than people think. But maybe when you compare their starting 22, to the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Giants, they can probably say, hey, you know what? We're right there with anybody else.
Okay, so if Washington potentially has the best D front, D line in the NFL, and the Eagles potentially have the best offensive line in the NFL, does that mean when these two teams play that those two neutralize each other and it's going to come down to very different people impacting those matchups?
We call that the immovable force versus the irresistible object there when the two lines go up against each other. And it's going to be fascinating. I'm trying to I forgot how last year's two games. Well, the one game was the one Garrett Gilbert started, right?
Correct.
And you know what? To be honest, there were times I thought Garrett Gilbert had too much time to throw. Again, which is surprising.
That was also on the Tuesday night. So
yeah, that's right. That was
fiasco.
the Tuesday night game. Yeah. And then the second game, Hennig started, and he's got the ball in his hands with under a minute to go, right, and driving, and then he throws the interception in the end zone. Who knows how that ends up if he doesn't throw, if he throws a better pass. So
yeah,
I think these are two equally matched teams, and it is a defensive team versus, the Eagles should have a better offense. Certainly their running game's formidable. I think it's going to be typical Washington, Philadelphia, which is always kind of a grinded out game when the two rosters are similar. They usually like to, I go back to a couple of years back when Foles was the quarterback and these teams were brawling on the field and Chris Baker was getting into fights with Jason Peters. Those were the good days, right? Those were the tough days.
Oh my goodness, Chris Baker. That's a good callback. That's one of many good callbacks we've had today on the Sports Bash. Just random names that tell you exactly how old or where one's mindset is, time-wise somebody is.
Sure.
Somebody I had somebody text in earlier about Bob Uecker, and I was like, that shows you how old you are if you're referencing Bob Uecker. You know what I mean?
No doubt about it.
A couple things before I let you go that are non-Washington related. When I talked to you on Monday, the whole LaShawn McCoy, Nnamdi Asomugha thing wasn't out yet, which was convenient because then Clay Harbor got involved. So, Geoff, you've covered the Eagles through that whole era of football. So I want to get the Geoff Mosher Eagles beat guy reaction to that whole LaShawn McCoy on Nnamdi Asomugha, Clay Harbor on both of them.
Well, it's hard to say that LaShawn McCoy is wrong about this, right? I mean, he had some pretty vivid descriptions of practice where Nnamdi was getting beat by tight ends. Now, he said it was Brent Selleck, and Clay Harbor went on Twitter and said, nope, that was me. And honestly, it might have been both of them. Nnamdi did not have a very impressive Eagles career compared to the resume he'd had before he came here. So I think it's pretty much a fair assessment. Now, I'll say this. I think there was some information out there after Nnamdi got released from the Eagles that the scheme that the Eagles were running was so different than what he played for in Oakland that it was more that he was a scheme mismatch than a talent mismatch. But he went to San Francisco after the Eagles, and they played a similar scheme than what the Raiders were playing, and he didn't even make it through the whole season out in San Francisco. So I do not feel it was a scheme issue. And in fact, I remember running into a former Eagles coach on the defensive side at the Senior Bowl after that season, and I said to the guy, what was it about Nnamdi? What happened there? And he told me he couldn't run anymore. He just couldn't run. And I said, well, what about the whole scheme thing? And the coach said, the Eagles were running the most basic high school coverages by the end of that disastrous year just to try to do anything, and Nnamdi still couldn't keep up with wide receivers. And you know what? It's hard to argue against that. I mean, he just was not good as an Eagles cornerback.
But my favorite part of this whole thing was the very end of the clip when Asante Samuel jumps in and says, I told you all.
Yes.
Like, is there anything more Asante Samuel of him pounding a table, being like, I told you I was right?
Yeah. No. Yeah. He definitely, it's funny. He was waiting to take that victory lap. He was just waiting for LaShawn to finish the story so he could take it.
Yeah. He just, every time the camera would flip over, he just kept nodding and smiling, like I appreciate athletes who have so much self-confidence and they back it up. And I feel like Asante Samuel is like on like the top 10 list of guys whose like bravado, they actually were able to back it up.
Yeah, Asante was like that. It's sort of a shame. Asante always idolized Deion Sanders, right? And they were the same kind of guys as far as they talked, and then they backed it up.
Yeah.
Dion once went on NFL Net was on it when he was working for the NFL Network. Once called Asante Samuel the best off corner in football, and Dion did not. Well, I can't say the intent. I spoke to Dion after, and he said I wasn't trying to diss the guy by calling him an off corner. That is the scheme that he flourished in, and I wasn't saying that just to rub it in. But Asante took it really personally. That his idol didn't call him the best corner, but called him the best off corner in football. And I don't know if they've ever patched it up. I don't know, because Asante is, very, he's a stubborn dude, right? I mean, he feels what he feels. He was one of the best cornerbacks, bar none, in the league. Doesn't matter what scheme. So it was always a shame to me that like a guy and his idol sort of couldn't see eye to eye because of that. But it just is a testament to how strongly of an opinion Asante had about his skills and his abilities, that he would even take what was supposed to be, at least from Dion's words, a compliment and turn that into disrespect.
Geoff, before I let you go, I have a non-Eagles question for you, because I know you're also a baseball guy. So I want to ask you my poll question today, because I'm getting a very heavy tilt on the vote. So my question is, which Phillies team that got to the World Series but didn't win it was the better team? Right now, 81% is going 2009 Phillies over 93 Phillies. Geoff Mosher, your thought?
Wow. I think I would agree with the 09 Phillies, because I think if we're all being honest, 93, Mitch Williams in a big spot. I mean, Mitch had a great year, but he was kind of known to give him up every once in a while. And that Blue Jays team, like a mini dynasty. They won 2 years in a row, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Joe Carter. I mean, that was a good team, but I felt like that Phillies team sort of just kind of came out of nowhere. They weren't expected to win. And I do think talent for talent, the 2000, you said 9 team, right? Yeah, the one that lost to the Yankees.
Yes.
Yeah, that was that. I mean, the pitching alone, the starting pitching that they had, bullpen, although they weren't the same without Lidge being perfect. I would give the 2009 team by a hair, just probably on the starting pitching.
Well, it's funny the starting pitching, because I went through the starting pitchers, and people, I think, not you specifically, Geoff, but there's a lot of people out there forget Halladay didn't come till 2010.
Right. That wasn't Halladay.
So 2009 was Cliff Lee, Pedro Martinez halfway through the year, but you started the year with Hamels and Moyer and J.A. Happ and Brett Myers. And it's like, it's not like you were running out there with the 4 horsemen you had a couple of years later. So
sure. But
to
Cliff,
me, yeah, go ahead.
Was it my memory is jogging? Was it Cliff or was it Hamels who blew a 4-0 lead in? Was it game 2 or 3 against? Didn't they blow a big lead in that game that you would ordinarily expect them to be hold on to? Or am I thinking?
I think it was 1 or 3, because I believe Pedro pitched game 2, if my memory reminds me. Because I think it was Pedro pitched game 2. I think Cliff pitched game 1 and Hamels pitched game 3.
Right.
But so it was one of those two. They definitely blew the lead.
Right. If you went position by position, though, like who was the better first baseman, who was the better second baseman, who was the better short, I would think that the 2009 Phillies win that matchup against the 93 Phillies.
The Phillies definitely have the better first base, second base, shortstop threesome for sure.
Yeah.
2009.
Right.
My question is, so like, how do you grade Dalton versus Carlos Ruiz? And how do you grade the platoon at third of Charlie Hayes and Dave Hollins versus Pedro Feliz? Some of these things you start like I would argue Dykstra in 93 was a better hitter than Shane Victorino in 2009.
Absolutely. No, I would agree with you on that. Yeah, no doubt. It's a good argument, though. It's a very good argument.
It's a fun conversation. There's no right, because the original conversation days ago was who's the best team in the last 20 years, a Phillies team, a Philadelphia team that didn't win a championship but got there. And it was like, the 01 Sixers, the 2009 Phillies. So my mind started churning about, well, what about 93 versus 2009? And well, apparently the listeners are basically telling me to take my bag and go home on the topic, because 81% are going 2009 over 93.
Look, I think it's closer than they're giving you credit for. It is. Anybody voting for the 2010 Flyers as far as You want the best team to make it
Well,
there and not win it.
It's funny because when we originally had the conversation, I mentioned the 97 Flyers over the 2010 Flyers.
That's a good one.
Because to me, the 97 team had Lindros and Leclerc and all these guys. And 2010 was like Jeff Carter, Mike Richards, and you got lucky in goal for like 2 rounds.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That is fair. I would agree with you on that.
Jeff Mosher, always amenable to random conversations here on 97.3 ESPN. At Jeff Mosher NFL on Twitter. The next edition of the Inside the Birds podcast drops tomorrow with Greg Cosell, correct?
It does drop tomorrow with Greg Cosell. Looking forward to it. That will be our preview of the New York Giants. And then, of course, we will finish with our preview of the Philadelphia Eagles to round out our 4-part series.
I got to be honest, I might be looking forward to tomorrow's pod the most because I really want to know what Greg thinks about a Giants team that's going through some interesting changes this offseason.
Yep. Greg really, we tackled the whole Mike Kafka, Brian Dable impact that is expected on a Giants offense that has probably better talent than you might think, especially at the playmaking positions.
Inside the Birds podcast, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, wherever you get your podcasts. Like, subscribe, download, give it the 5-star review. And Jeff, enjoy the rest of your week without my random questions.
All right, Josh, have a great rest of your week too.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Yell here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. Football at 4 has been brought to you by Garden State Beer Company. At Garden State Beer Company in Galloway, their motto is a beer for everyone. Contact them today at 609-232-BEER for the Garden State Beer Company. Headlines on the other side, plus more of your thoughts and comments. The text board is open, 609-403-0973. You also can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And the poll question is over at 973 ESPN on Twitter.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com, powered by First Bank of Seattle City.
The city, Atlantic City. It's a fine place to enjoy life until somebody breaks the law. That's where we come in. We promote Springfield Mitsubishi Atlantic City, because they know it's a crime to pay more than a dime. Every vehicle, one dime down. Even if you have credit problems. We checked out the competition. Sir, how much do we need for a down payment?
Well, 2,000 down should do it.
Book 'em.
Wait, what are you doing?
Every vehicle should be one dime down.
But that's only at Springfield Mitsubishi Atlantic City, and they got that credit amnesty.
If you bring home $350 a week, you could get up to $25,000 in credit. $25,000 with only one dime down.
Even the new Outlander with 3rd-row seating?
Yes, sir. The all-new Springfield Mitsubishi Atlantic City in Pleasantville. They service all makes and models. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com.
New 22 Mirage 16 Ford, dine down, $249 a month for 72 months at 3% APR plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Looking good, Mrs. Dubs.
The head groundskeeper at Thad's Golf Course just retired.
We need to find someone in the next 2 weeks. Someone with botany and management experience.
He needs a replacement because the greens are already looking a little rough.
Aeration. They need to know it all.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Yeah, it's Coach Ice-T. Who's ready to spin? We're starting with a big hill. Let's ride.
Why is Ice-T leading our spin class? Oh, it's probably the Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's having fun taking care of his heart in all sorts of new ways.
That's right, Buzz. Now, spinners, really pour your heart into it and pick it up.
Learn more by picking up a box of Cheerios and check out our Pour Your Heart Into It audio workouts with Ice-T and Buzz to get your heart pumping.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion victim if you shop low prices for school at Amazon. Hopefully this is helpful. Amazon, Spend less, smile more.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Sire?
Mm-hmm.
I just graduated first in my class at stonemasonry school.
I know. That's why we hired you.
Yeah, cool. But I was wondering why all I've been doing is sweeping the floors and providing slop for the hogs.
Well, how else do you think you learned to stonemason?
By stonemasoning, maybe?
How does that make any sense?
Throughout history, people have always been undervalued at work. That's why Monster lets you search salary by major. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
Powered by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Avenue. 3 Pennsylvania men are charged with assaulting Sea Isle City police officers responding to a domestic violence call. OR nurses say surgical smoke is a recognized health hazard to patients and staff that New Jersey can fix by requiring technology that evacuates it. And a 3-judge panel continues to review the evidence in a federal class action lawsuit that contends the $50 Easy Pass violation fine should be declared illegal. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Your forecast is next.
You finally got that new car, so you called your insurance company.
Your call is important to us. Please hold.
We are the tippy top, we're top insurance.
You ended that call with their jingle stuck in your head. Then you called NJM.
Thanks for calling NJM Insurance. This is Claudia. Let's see if we can save you up to 25% on your auto insurance.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Here's the deal about tomorrow's thunderstorm chance. It's pretty low. Someone in New Jersey will probably see a storm with some stoking rain, but certainly not everyone. Tonight, clear and sticky, low 76. Tomorrow, hot and very humid, high of 95. Heat index probably soaring over 100. Partly sunny and breezy, chance of a thunderstorm. Hot and not as humid Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 93. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
This summer, it's playtime in Atlantic City. Play all day. Play all night and always play to win. Visit AtlanticCityNJ.com to press play and win big.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We'll get back to you guys' thoughts and comments on the text board at 609-403-0973. Also your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. But first, it's time for the headlines. These are, now Mike Gill's not here, so we don't have Mike Gill's variation of the headlines here to go through. So I know for some people out there, it's maybe a disappointment, but listen, if you guys find a headline that I don't bring up each day and you think I should bring it up, you can send it into the show. You don't have to be shy about it. I will definitely take your story under consideration. Okay. But first, I want to start with this. So I mentioned this in passing earlier, but so Aaron Judge was being interviewed before the All-Star game on ESPN. So ESPN did this 2-hour baseball tonight shindig before the All-Star game. And Marley Rivera was basically relaying a concerning question from a young fan to Judge. And his answer was probably the most obvious sign that he is not going to be a Yankee after this season. I had joked previously that Judge is going to be a New York Met next year because Steve Cohen is going to pay him an ungodly amount of money to come to the Mets. Well, this answer by Judge basically suggests, in answering Marley Rivera's relaying of a young fan's question to him, The Judge is leaving the Yankees after this year. Take a listen. This is from ESPN television yesterday afternoon.
And he has a son named Jacob who came up the other day really upset from his school in Astoria. He just came over. He's like, are you telling me that Aaron Judge may not be a Yankee after this year? What do you have to tell to Jacob right there and to all your fans that want you to remain in a Yankee uniform? I wasn't going to put you on the spot. I mean, we're on live TV.
Yeah, Jacob, buddy. We got a lot of great Yankees on this team. There are a lot of great Yankees. We'll be here for a long time, so don't be upset. Don't be upset. Hopefully you'll be a Judge fan for life.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for your time. Back to you guys.
I mean, what an answer. He doesn't say he's going to be back with the Yankees. He doesn't say, Jacob, my friend, you're my fan. I hope I'm a Yankee. No, he literally says there's a lot of great Yankees. I hope you support them. And I hope you stay an Aaron Judge fan for life. I mean, if that's not an answer to tell you that Aaron Judge is leaving the Yankees in free agency, I don't know what is. I mean, first of all, he doesn't know how to answer the question. I mean, the video is priceless. I mean, he just kind of looks at Marlon Rivera like, that's the question you put me in. The young fan, that's the question from the young fan that you're going to relay to me in this moment. I mean, wow. Aaron Judge literally just said as much as he could without saying, I'm leaving the Yankees. I'm going somewhere else next year. Now, look, I'm not going to be the guy who reads into the TMZ article about Aaron Judge hanging out with Joel Embiid and James Harden at a party recently. So I'm not going to be that guy who's like, hey, look at Judge. He's hanging out with Sixers. He's going to the Phillies. Because realistically, the Phillies, they already blew half their outfield money on Castellanos and Schwarber. I mean, if there was a way the Phillies could get rid of Castellanos and bring in Judge to replace him, I think Philly fans would love that. But I'm telling you guys, I think Judge is going to be a New York Met next year. I think Steve Cohen knows that he wants to make a splash in the New York market. He wants to keep stealing the headlines away from the Yankees across town. And I think that's what he's going to do. A couple of the headlines to get to here. So we've heard for months now that Jimmy Garoppolo is supposed to could be traded. Well, according to a report today by ESPN.com, the 49ers have officially granted Jimmy Garoppolo's agent permission to seek a trade involving the quarterback. This is per Adam Schefter and Dan Graziano of ESPN. Now, Garoppolo has been cleared by his doctors after shoulder surgery, and he's been throwing pretty regularly now ahead of training camp. But this whole situation, even after Kyle Shanahan said he's most likely to be traded, Garoppolo having his unofficial farewell to the 49er media at the end of the season, this situation seems very strange to me because two reasons. One, where's Garoppolo getting traded to? You're giving guy permission on July 20th. We are just a couple days away from the 49ers reporting to camp. And you're granting him permission now to seek a trade now that he's been medically cleared. But where's he going to go? The Panthers already traded for Baker Mayfield. I don't see the 49ers trading Garoppolo within the division to the Seattle Seahawks. Where's he going to go? What team needs a quarterback that's going to... The Texans? Texans are in a rebuild right now. I don't see them trading for Garoppolo. Who else is out there? There is maybe the Steelers. Are the Steelers who just drafted Kenny Pickett, signed Mitch Trubisky? Would they be the team that could land Garoppolo? Maybe. I don't know what Garoppolo's future is. I really don't. Because for a team to wait this long to grant him permission for a trade, and, to me, I think the 49ers, I think they should let Garoppolo play one more year. this whole thing with Trey Lance, whether Trey Lance is ready or not, because we've seen multiple guys, they've benefited who, if they had Trey Lance's background, from having an extra year off, observing, learning. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Trey Lance it really is ready. Okay. Maybe Trey Lance has shown something in the offseason activities and minicamp or something in practice last year that told Kyle Shanahan and his coaches he's good to go. But for Jimmy G, I don't know where he's going to go. Look, former coaches on the 49ers staff are right now in Miami with the Dolphins, their head coach, Mike McDaniels, and Mike LaFleur with the Jets. He's their offensive coordinator. And Robert Saleh was the former D coordinator for the 49ers. But those teams already have two young quarterbacks that they're trying to figure out if they're the guy or not. And Tua Tagovailoa in Miami and Zach Wilson with the Jets. So I don't see Jimmy going there either. So I guess the only team that could land him is the Steelers. It's like you're granting a guy permission to seek a trade, and there's really only one legitimate destination for him. It's absolutely insane to me. All right, let's get one more story in before the break. I actually have two more stories, but I'll save the one story for the other side. So Texas Tech, the football team, they have a booster who thinks that he has the solution to NIL. So there's a group called the Matador Club. They're a nonprofit collective, according to tax records. I'm reading this from an Athletic article, The Athletic. The Matador Club is offering every Texas Tech player who makes the roster, the 85 scholarship players and up to 20 walk-ons, 1 year, $25,000 NIL contracts. Now, in exchange for this $25,000, the players will perform community service, serve as ambassadors for local and West Texas charities, and appear at Matador Club events to raise money for charity as well. Now, these contracts are payable monthly to these Texas Tech football players. Now, unlike other NIL deals, these are non-exclusive agreements. The Matador Club is not acquiring the players' NIL rights, but instead giving them a baseline to work off of to pursue other deals, according to Cody Campbell, the founding member of the Matador Club, which is a booster club for Texas Tech. According to the Matador Club, their goal through, now, excuse me if I don't know who Double Point Energy and Double Eagle Holdings is, but Campbell, who's the CEO of both, says the Matador Club's goal is to help players at Texas Tech, not just football players, but basketball and other sports, have a baseline for NIL money so they can find other agreements thanks to private donations and money raised by the Matador Club, and that the Matador Club's NIL deals are not being used as recruiting tools, but instead are given to players who are already in the football program. Couple things here. One, it's stories like this are why people like Lane Kiffin and Nick Saban and Dabo Swinney and all these coaches are saying what they're saying, because this is an entirely new world for these players. This is an entirely new environment. We have complained in the past, well, not me, but we've heard people complain about, well, these are supposed to be student athletes, or they're supposed to go to school, supposed to get an education. Now you have a group basically requiring these guys to spend a chunk of their time going to things that have nothing to do with football, nothing to do with the school, that have to do with these charities and these events and these different things for $25,000 a year. I mean, you're basically giving these guys what is entry-level income. Now, I think it's hilarious that, as Kirby Smart said, well, NIL's here to teach these guys how to manage their money before they become professional athletes. And it's like, but you realize the majority of college football players never play in the NFL. So what are you really preparing them for? What you're really doing is you're just giving them entry-level salaries because they play sports. Such a strange environment we're in. I don't know if I have the answer for any of this, but it's a very strange story coming out of Texas Tech and the Matador Club. I mean, imagine if you're a walk-on at Texas Tech. You might play special teams the entire year, but you're making $25,000 off NIL as a baseline number, the same as the starting quarterback, the same as the starting wide receiver. They're all making $25,000. Man, I think I was born in the wrong time. I should have been born now. I mean, I had to pay my way through college. A lot of people had to go into student debt to go to college. And these guys are making $25,000 a year because they're on the football team. What a world. I'll check on the text board on the other side. 609-403-0973 is the text board. You also can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM.
When you need live sports play-by-play.
Forget it. Out of here. Reese Hopkins will touch them all over that right center field wall.
And the best sports talk in South Jersey. There's only one place to go. 97.3 ESPN.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments, freedom from payments for 3 months, and freedom from your old car. Plus, if you have a job and clear $350 per week, Matt Blatt Kia wants to approve you today on any brand new Kia or pre-owned vehicle in stock, or one of hundreds of new 2023 Kia models en route, all with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. So bring any trade in any condition, even if you're stuck in a loan or lease. Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. Get cash for your car today, even if you don't buy a car from us. But why wouldn't you buy a new Kia? Because you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Unapproved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to MattBlattKiaNJ.com for complete details. Expires 8/7/22. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Okay, input footage. How is the hard drive already full?
Jawan's Pilates studio converted to entirely virtual classes.
MPEG.
But leading and editing sessions is stretching her too thin.
It says render failed. What I do?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This summer, escape to the Jersey Cape, a place that's real and really charming. Come relax, really relax on our beaches, or maybe just sit on a porch and daydream. Explore our trails, discover our natural areas, or go camping, walk the boardwalk, visit a museum or a lighthouse. Experience our eclectic dining or try your hand at fishing and crabbing. Sample our homegrown fruits and vegetables, local wines, brews, and spirits, or participate in our outdoor activities, special events, and live entertainment found beyond our world-famous beaches. Visit the Free County Park and Zoo for a trip on the wild side. Enjoy authentic experiences where the arts easily connect to nature. The food comes directly from the sea or soil, and the outdoors go from birding to playing in the surf. Stay at a modern motel or a quaint bed and breakfast inn. Escape the everyday and pursue your passions at the Jersey Cape. It's authentically charming and sincerely yours. Escape to thejerseycape.com. Sponsored by Cape May County Tourism.
Come on, we're going to be late to the cookout. I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese. I hope you packed the Pepto, too. Huh? Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much. And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs, you're going to need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
If you're in HR, you're probably wearing a lot of hats. Recruiter, team builder, trainer, mediator, policymaker, and of course, paper pusher. But not anymore. Bamboo HR is the #1 HR software for small and medium businesses. It manages all your employee data easily and automates countless tasks, so you can focus on people, not paperwork. Bamboo HR frees you from spreadsheets, so you can do your real job, creating a great place to work. If the data shuffle and paperwork mountain have you ready to hang up all your hats, you're ready for Bamboo. If you handle HR records and paperwork, Bamboo HR is a dream. Let us free up your time and put your days of pushing paperwork behind you so you can focus on the people and making your company a great place to work for everyone. Try PC Magazine's top pick for HR software free today. Just go to bamboohr.com/panda. This is a limited offer only available to radio listeners at bamboohr.com/panda. That's bamboohr.com/panda.
Alert! We're under construction at Sport Hyundai in Egg Harbor. It's time to make room for our new and improved facility, and you're the big winner. We're clearing out inventory with our incredible construction reduction sale. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and more in stock and priced to move today. With Hyundai Assurance and America's best warranty, including the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Use our main entrance on Black Horse Pike. Construction reduction deals are once in a lifetime, and this inventory won't last. See for yourself in person or at sporthyundai.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on Hump Day Wednesday here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. I have not one but two texts on the text board saying Jimmy G to the Giants, the G-Men. The one text literally says Jimmy G, the G-Men. I have another text that says Jimmy G is going to the Giants. I'm sorry, I haven't seen that reporting anywhere. Like, did I miss the memo? Is there something that you all are aware of that I'm not? Seriously, what'd I miss? Look, I'm not saying Jimmy G's not going to the Giants, but I thought the whole point of Daboll going to the Giants was to find out if Daniel Jones was legitimate or not. You bring in Jimmy G, you're basically bailing on Daniel Jones for he replace a regular season game with Brian Daboll and Mike Kafka as new coaches. Look, I'm not saying the Giants don't need a quarterback, but as I said with the other teams, like you already have young guys they're trying to evaluate. You bring in Jimmy G, you're basically cutting the cord with Daniel Jones for even gets a shot. Now, for all I know, Jones looks so bad in off-season training activities and in minicamp that maybe they're just like, never mind, we're just going to dump him now. Danny HC, by the way, says the Yankees will take Juan Soto and Jacob DeGrom if Judge leaves. I could definitely see the Yankees going and getting Juan Soto for sure. I think Soto knows that someone's going to take him. You know, whether it is a team like the Padres or the Yankees trading a million prospects for him, maybe even the Dodgers for all I know. The only reason I don't see DeGrom going to the Yankees is because I don't know if the Yankees want to deal with that kind of risk because of his injury history the last couple of years. My assumption is that DeGrom is probably going to go somewhere or stay with the Mets on like a prove-it-year deal and then re-hit free agency again. Weinberg Wednesday with Dave Weinberg next.
The best way to wake up is with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The city, Atlantic City. It's a fine place to enjoy life until somebody breaks the law. That's where we come in. We promote Springfield Mitsubishi Atlantic City, because they know it's a crime to pay more than a dime. Every vehicle, one dime down. Even if you have credit problems. We checked out the competition. Sir, how much do we need for a down payment?
Well, 2,000 down should do it.
Book 'em.
Wait, what are you doing?
Every vehicle should be one dime down.
But that's only at Springfield Mitsubishi Atlantic City. And they got that credit amnesty.
If you bring home $350 a week, you could get up to $25,000 in credit. $25,000 with only one dime down.
Even the new Outlander with third row seating?
Yes, sir. The all-new Springfield Mitsubishi Atlantic City in Pleasantville. They service all makes and models. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com. 2022 Mirage 16 Ford, 9 down, $249 a month for 72 months at 3% APR plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Here's football legend Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free, using the phone, turning on your lights, heck, even driving. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. Let me tell you, these things are amazing. You don't need to lace up, and they're even better than your standard slip-on sneakers. This is next-level slip-in technology, where you don't need to reach down and help your heel in. You just step in and off you go. It's that easy. So what's the secret? There's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place and also keeps your feet secure in heavenly comfort, which means they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers. And you can even slip into them while you're sitting down. Make your life easier and go hands-free with Skechers' new hands-free slip-in footwear. You'll never have to struggle putting on your shoes again.
Get hands-free slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Mike Gill from my friends at Ambient Comfort Heating and Cooling Professionals, where they are celebrating their 11th anniversary. That's 11 years of experience making sure our families are comfortable and our heating and cooling systems are working effectively, safely, and cost efficiently. In honor of their anniversary, Ambient Comfort is offering $50 off any repair. There are many hot days ahead. We've talked about the signs that your system may need repair. If you're not comfortable or you suspect a problem, don't wait. Call Ambient Comfort. You can trust Ambient Comfort to keep your family cool for the rest of the summer. They can repair any system regardless of who originally installed it. To help you save energy and increase the life of your system, join me in celebrating Ambient Comfort's 11th anniversary with $50 off repairs. Go to AmbientComfortNJ.com. That's AmbientComfortNJ.com or call 856-213-6586. Tell them Mike Gill sent you.
Did you book the Townsend's 10th anniversary ticket?
Alona's travel agency is overbooked and experiencing delays.
Their point of contact
She
on the
needs to
ground.
land a new project manager to clear her business's runways.
Yes, Mrs. O'Hara, we checked. Pygmy goats do not count as emotional support animals.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
With GMF financing approved credit, excludes Corvette and prior sales. Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet, because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
When you hear this,
They've got him again!
and this,
Back it up! He scored!
and this,
Oh boy, what a move by Embiid!
you think of us. We are sports. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. The 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by American Airlines, Atlantic City International Airport. ACY now has your one-stop ticket to over 90 domestic and international destinations. Book your next trip today at AA.com. 5 o'clock hour, we're going to be busy this hour. We'll get to your thoughts and comments throughout the hour at 609-403-0973 on the text board and DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Wednesdays on game night, which is off for the next 2 weeks because I'm covering for Mike Gill. On Wednesdays, we have Weinberg Wednesdays, where we talk with 97.3 ESPN.com sports columnist Dave Weinberg. Well, Dave is courtesy enough to join us an hour earlier in the 5 o'clock hour for this week's edition of Weinberg Wednesday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Dave, you look very sunned up. How you doing today?
Very good, Josh. You forced me to leave the beach early, but I'm doing it just for you. So,
you know, one of these days I'll have to like buy you a beer or something as a thank you for all this. So
that sounds good. Margarita would be even better, but
all right, I'll make a note on that in my notes. Dave wants. That's funny you said that because so I'm doing a poll question every day.
Okay.
I have a poll question that has something to do with a margarita for next week already ready. So I don't want to give it away too early. By the way, the poll question today, I'll throw it to you off the top here before we get to the MLB All-Star game, which I thought was a lot of fun to watch last night.
I agree.
So the poll question today, which apparently is a runaway if you go by the voting of the public. So my question was, of the two Philly teams that went to the World Series and lost in the last 30 years, which team was the better team? 2009 Phillies or 93 Phillies, where 78% is going 2009 Phillies?
Really? Huh. Interesting. Because I think I might have went 93, but yeah, I can make a case for both. You know, being just up for the World Series win the year before in 2008, taking the Yankees into the World Series and losing to them. I guess that was a pretty stock team, and I don't think you can't automatically dismiss the 93 Phillies. They were a pretty special bunch as well.
Yeah, well, my one of my questions I asked earlier, Dave, is how much of that is recency bias? Like how much it is the last thing we saw was 2009, and also how much of it is people forgetting that Roy Halladay didn't come until 2010. Halladay wasn't there in 2009. I remember it was Pedro Martinez in a Phillies uniform against the Yankees in the World Series. It's not like that wasn't the great Phillies starting pitching staff there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you got a good point there. Yeah. When I think about it, I guess 2009 probably makes more sense because you had, Utley and Rollins and Howard and all those guys together. So, it was kind of it was a special run for the Phillies. They kind of went down a level as they went along, but I guess you can go for them. But I thought the 93 Phillies were pretty cool too. I mean, I enjoyed watching them as well.
Yeah, I just expected the vote to be closer than 78%. You know what I mean? For one side. Because to me, I mentioned this earlier, like, for example, Darren Dalton versus Carlos Ruiz. You're going Dalton. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Lenny Dykstra is a better hitter than Shane Victorino. You know what I mean? Like, there's, if you go position by position, to me, the only like runaway winners, the three guys you mentioned, after Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, Jimmy Rollins, the other positions are kind of what is your preference kind of thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. You would say that. You have to refresh my memory on who the guys were in 93, but
well, like Pete Incaviglia was in right field and he had like over 90 RBI and I think it was 25 homers that year. I mean, third base, both teams are kind of screwed because the 2009 team was Pedro Feliz was at third base. And 93 was that platoon with Dave Hollins and Charlie Hayes. So, like, when you really start breaking down the rosters outside of the big three for the Phillies in 2009, I feel like there's not a huge gap on the rosters here.
Yeah, you're probably right there. Yep, that's a good point. Yeah, I remember. I have a quick story about Charlie Hayes when he got. I think he got traded to the Yankees, maybe, or signed as a free agent. I don't remember what it was, but his first year as a Yankee. My former employer sent me to Yankee Stadium to interview him to do a feature on him. And that was my first trip ever to Yankee Stadium.
Oh, wow.
Not. And I was just overwhelmed by the whole atmosphere, the tradition and everything that goes behind it. It was just, it was overwhelming to tell you the truth. That was something I'll never forget. And I took my dad with me, which made it even more special.
Oh, that's really cool. That's an extra little spice to the story there, a little extra layer of goodness there, bringing your dad with you. That's really cool. Speaking of baseball, so I thought last night's All-Star game was a ton of fun. I love the whole guys with the earpiece, microphones on, Alex Manoah striking out the side, talking to, the guys in the broadcast booth the whole time. By the way, almost every guy who had a mic and an earpiece, they played great last night. So
yeah, which fortunately, yeah. I mean, can you imagine like I forget his name, but the Dodgers pitcher gave up the back-to-back.
Oh, Tony Gonsolin. Yeah.
So if he'd have had a mic on.
Well, maybe he should have had a mic on. I don't know.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, anything you can do to make it more personalized, I'm all for it. I mean, I thought that was really cool to have the pitcher interacting with Smoltz and those guys. Him offering suggestions on what to throw this guy.
Right.
0-2. And
you guys got a scouting report for me?
Yeah, I just thought that was fantastic. The more the merrier. I wish they would do that during the regular season. I think that was a really cool idea. The other thing that stuck out to me was that double play. The guy throwing it behind his back.
Yeah,
that was one of the coolest plays I've ever seen in my life. I thought that was amazing too. I didn't watch the whole game. I fell asleep unfortunately, but I just thought that was a really fun game to watch, and that's usually not the case with this kind of things.
Dave, I watched the whole game to the point where I hit the pause button every time I had to leave the room to do something because I didn't want to miss any of the back and forth between the players on the field and the guys in the booth. Like, I was so captivated with that. I feel like there should never be a baseball game ever again without that in the broadcast. Like, I am I don't care what people say about, is it a distraction or not? At some point, to me, that's the kind of thing that the modern world wants, Dave. They want to learn about the players. They're following them on Instagram and on TikTok for a reason, Give the people what they want. Baseball needs a little extra juice to it.
It's funny you say that because my wife took the opposite view. We were watching it together, and she's like, "Why is the center fielder talking? He should be paying attention to the game." I'm like, honey, it's the All-Star game. They know what's going on. The ball's hit to them. They're going to catch it. Just relax, And she was like, "Oh, they shouldn't be distracting the players." I'm like, "No, stop. It's fun. It's entertaining. Let them know it." The only thing I didn't really care for was David Ortiz's little stick in the dugout.
That was corny.
Yeah, it was stupid, honestly, but that's all right.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I could have done without that, but I feel like baseball is at a great point right now because for years they were so bad at marketing themselves. They had record viewership for the home run derby on Monday. I haven't seen the numbers yet, but all of social media was going nuts about the All-Star game last night. Baseball's got to take those 48 hours, put it into like an elixir and just use it for the rest of the year because this may be the kind of thing they need to really invigorate the sport's popularity again.
Yeah, you're right. And the home run derby is a perfect example of that. Like you see like the slam dunk contest in the NBA All-Star game, that's going by the wayside by now.
Right.
Football really doesn't have anything with the Pro Bowl. Those are a waste of time. But the home run derby is cool to me. It's a lot of fun to watch. There's a little bit of tension involved. Everybody gets behind their favorite guy. Yeah, you're right. Anything that baseball can do to pump themselves up is a good thing. I'm all for that.
Yeah, my only beef with the game last night, and this is just me nitpicking. I love John Smoltz as an analyst. But I don't know if it's the best idea to have him with Davis because I realized that I wasn't the only one who had this issue last night. Even the players with the earpieces in, they had trouble telling the difference in their voices. Yeah. It was like the audio was too duplicitous and you couldn't tell when the analyst or when the play-by-play guy was talking. And I don't ever remember a time when I can think of the play-by-play guy and the color guy sounding identical. Like when Richie Ashburn talked when Harry Callis wasn't doing play-by-play, it was a distinct difference. You know what I mean? Or Chris Wheeler or, with any of these, you can't name a broadcast duo, John Miller and Joe Morgan on Sunday Night Baseball. Like usually the broadcasters sound different. And it was like, there were moments I was like, wait a minute, that's Smoltz or Davis?
Yeah, I can take you even farther back before you were born with Lindsey Nelson and Ralph Kiner with the Mets and those kind of Phil Rizzuto and Bill White with the Yankees. Oh, by the way, you have to forgive my ignorance here. My wife asked me, and I wasn't sure. She wanted to know where Joe Buck was. Does he not with Fox? He's not with Fox anymore.
He works for ESPN now.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains it then. Okay, because she really likes him as an announcer. She couldn't understand why he wasn't at the All-Star game. So that explains it.
so you can explain it to your wife like this way. This is you're not the first person to ask me that, because I had someone ask me that over the weekend as well.
Okay.
I've been explaining it like this. Fox didn't want to pay Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman went to ESPN. Joe Buck said, "Can I go to ESPN?" Fox shrugged their shoulders, and then they let him go to ESPN in a trade that gives Fox an extra Big Ten game in college football next year.
Wow. Boy, that's pretty that's like a real subterfuge there. That's next level kind of stuff. All right.
So I don't know if you remember, Dave, but when Al Michaels, he was originally on Monday Night Football, and ESPN ABC traded his rights to NBC.
Wow.
And in the trade, NBC sent back to ESPN, which is owned by Disney, the rights to a Universal Studios character that looks and sounds just like Mickey Mouse.
Get out of here.
Yeah, look it up.
That's ludicrous. Oh my God.
There was a character back from like the 30s and 40s that looked and sounded just like Mickey Mouse, but Disney didn't own the rights to the character.
Oh my gosh. I guess you can trade the Philly Fanatic for the new Philly Fanatic. So where's Mike Tirico now, by the way? I'm just curious.
Mike Tirico is still at NBC. He's replacing Al Michaels on Sunday Night Football. Al Michaels is now on Thursday Night Football with Amazon Prime, because we all have Amazon Prime.
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. Talk about getting demoted. My God. Okay. All right. Now you got me all caught up with the announcer standing.
Yeah, now you know where everybody is.
Very good.
By the way,
okay.
now my really quick, I mentioned, do you have Amazon Prime, Dave?
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people like myself who are gonna have to figure out how to do this Amazon Prime thing, because I'm paying for enough stuff as is. So it's like, do I try to get one of those, like, free trial deals for a couple months and try to, gut it out? Do I, is there going to be a local establishment that's going to air all the Thursday Night Football games? Like, I got to figure out what I'm doing here, man.
I'm that way with DAZN, the DAZN thing for boxing, because I don't have that. I don't know how to get it. I don't know if I want it. So I basically, if there's like a big fight on that network, I'll just follow along on Twitter, because I just don't. I'm like you. I'm already overwhelmed with all the streaming services and everything else. That one more, I just can't. My head will explode if I do one more.
So so aside from Amazon Prime, what other streaming services have you, for lack of a better term, give into?
Well, give me a list, and I'll tell you if I have it or not.
Okay, so I'll tell you what I have, and you can tell me yes or no. Okay.
Okay.
So I got Netflix.
Yes.
I have Hulu.
Yes.
I have Disney.
By the way, The Old Man is the best series on TV now.
On FX, right?
Yeah, that is and streams on Hulu.
My dad's watching that.
Oh,
my dad's watching it.
You have to check it out. It's really, really good.
It's on the list of things. It's like it's in the queue on my Hulu. So
okay, got it. Okay, go ahead.
Disney Plus.
Yes, I have 3 grandsons. Yes.
I kind of figured out. Do you have the bundle?
What is that?
Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, Hulu.
Yes, I think. I don't know. Oh yeah, I have all 3. I don't know if it's a bundle or what.
Well, the reason it's a big deal is because last week the news came out that Disney Plus and ESPN Plus were bumping up the price per year and per month.
Ah, okay.
But if you have the bundle, you get your grandfathered into the old price.
I'll have to check with my wife again. She handles all that stuff. I have I know I don't have Showtime anymore. Oh no, wait, I do. Yes, I have HBO and Showtime, but I don't have Stars or any of that. Or
I don't have Stars either. Apparently, it's not part of the current Xfinity thing.
Right. But
because that's how I have my HBO Max and Netflix is through the Xfinity, because it costs me less money to have the Xfinity and they're bundled in with the Xfinity than to not have the Xfinity and pay for all this stuff.
Right. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out. My cable bill is like $700 a month. It seems like I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know why you can't just like say, I don't want that channel. I don't want that channel. I don't want that channel. just take them off. But no, if you get rid of that, then you got to get this. It gives
It's
me
a
headache.
mess.
Oh my gosh.
It's somewhere between a scam and a monopoly. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly right. Yep.
The reason I bring it up,
I'm one of the only 3 households in America with a house phone too, just because of the triple play thing and yeah, which
it
three
literally
people.
costs you less to have the triple play with the house phone than the not.
Right. Yep.
It's
Although
crazy.
no one calls us except my sister-in-law. That's about it.
Hey, listen, my mom and dad got the house phone with the triple play, and so it's you, them, and the 2 other people. How about that?
Way to make me feel old. Thanks.
Weinberg Wednesday with Dave Weinberg here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Check out Dave's Extra Point columns over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Not to continue to make you feel old, Dave, but I did want to ask you a couple of Eagles things. I want to start with this. I know I ask you this question every year, but we don't always have the same people listening at the same time every year. So that's why I always ask you. So you were covering the Eagles beat for years.
Yes.
And, whether it was going up the Lehigh Valley or the NovaCare Center, you're not a slave to that, business anymore.
Westchester. Yeah, go ahead.
Westchester, right? That's the other one. So tell the audience, give them an idea of the amount of time and work it went into being an Eagles beat writer when training camp reported.
Well, it's not quite the same now, but back like say I'm talking like late 80s, early 90s, it was quite the deal. Well, just for me personally, because I had to schlep up to Lehigh, which is like a 3-hour drive for me.
Right.
Sometimes staying at the what's the one that they leave the light on for you? Red Roof Inn there, and this is before they got like a Marriott Courtyard or something. So you had to just try and stay at a motel. But yeah, you were there two practices a day for like 3 hours at a time, and you couldn't take a day off because you were afraid that Terrell Owens might say something that would tick somebody off, or Ricky Waters would show up and say something off the cuff. It was just nonstop, constant, very, very grueling. I don't want to. It's a cool job. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining or anything. I was fortunate to do it for over 25 years, and I loved them almost every minute of it, I guess. But training camp was not one of my favorite things. You just try to get through it. Basically, try to find us like some feature story, some cool guy who came from some Division III schools trying to make it, that kind of thing. But it's tough. But now it's not. Now it's even tougher in some ways because they don't really do anything. There's no hitting. There's nothing really. And basically, my favorite part of going to the link was the Rita's Water Ice Station, or the NovaCare complex. I mean, but it was strange because like certain coaches, like when Chip Kelly was there. Chip Kelly was the first coach to do it. I'm sorry if I'm running too long. Chip Kelly.
No, you're fine.
Was the first. Chip Kelly was the first one to bring it to the NovaCare complex, and you were allowed to just sit. I don't know if have you ever been to there?
I've never been in the NovaCare. I've just driven by it.
Oh, okay. Well, in the back of it's where the fields are and stuff, and they have these like huge, not huge, but like probably like 20 rows of concrete steps that you can sit on. Chip Kelly had no problem with that. Music's blasting, all that stuff. Doug Peterson wouldn't let you sit on the stand, so you had to stand like for 2.5 hours in the drenching heat. And for what purpose? I mean, just watch the third string quarterback throw to the sixth string wide receiver. Oh yeah, there's the play that you had to come up with a play of the day. Oh, there's one. Okay, that's it. It's just it's if you're a fan, I guess it's cool to go once. It was better from a fan perspective. It was much better at Lehigh and Westchester. You had more access to the players. There was much more going on. NovaCare complex is just standing on the sideline under a tent and trying to get autographs at the end.
Now, with all that being said, did you see? No. I purposely ask you this question each year because I don't think the audience understands, what the media has to go through sometimes to just give them the information that they want. I think that there's a perception that you guys in media sports have the greatest job in the world. And I'm not saying we don't. We get to talk sports and cover sports. It's amazing. But there's other things that happen that no one ever sees and hears that is just as drudging kind of work as anybody else's job is.
It can be. I mean, but the season kind of makes up for that. I mean, it is tough, me just being a beach bum and stuff. It's tough for me to leave that and leave my family and stuff for 2-3 weeks at a time. Although I commuted a lot, so that made it a little bit more bearable. But with young kids and stuff, it was tough. But once the regular season starts and the real excitement begins, and you're really interacting with the players more, you're in the locker room more, and that more than makes up for it. And if they happen to go to the playoffs or even the Super Bowl, that's just that's the icing on the cake. That makes it really worthwhile.
Now, Dave, before I let you go, did you see or hear what LaShawn McCoy said about Nnamdi Asomugha this week?
I saw like a video, but I didn't really listen to it. Apparently, somebody was kind of refuting it. Clay Harbor was saying it wasn't Brent Selleck, it was Sam or something.
Right.
I don't know.
So really quick, the story is LaShawn McCoy said that the first day of training camp practice, that Nnamdi Asomugha lined up against what he said was Brent Selleck. Clay Harbor said later was him, against the tight end, basically. And he got basically juked out of his shoes for a touchdown fade into the end zone. And that was the moment they all knew that Nnamdi wasn't going to work. To which Asante Samuel, who was also there, screams out in the middle of it, says, "I told you guys."
Oh, really? Wow. Well, Asante's never wanted to shy away from anything. He thinks he's the best corner that ever lived. But, I mean, they turned out they were right. But I don't know about the first play of the first day of training camp. I don't know if that's enough to go on. When Nnamdi signed, everybody lauded it as like the steal of the century. The Eagles got the best corner in the NFL, and everybody knows about the Dream Team stuff and all that. But I mean, no one questioned his ability or his talent at the time. Turned out that there was a lot to question, but I don't know. LaShawn has a unique way of reinventing history sometimes.
Yeah, LaShawn McCoy is also the guy who gets in trouble when any Marvel movie comes out because he wants to do these post-movie reactions with his son, and they always end up spoiling like the entire movie, and Twitter like hates him for it, basically.
That doesn't surprise me. By the way, I won $500 on Cameron Smith and the British.
Oh, nice! There you go.
One of my bets paid off there. Yeah,
he was one of your sticks.
Yep.
See, there we go. Dave Weinberg, beach bum and golf betting winner.
I gotta put that on my profile now.
Follow him on Twitter at Dave Weinberg 19. Extra point columns over at 973ESPN.com. He joins me every Wednesday, whether on game night or here on the Sports Bash, to talk about whatever, baseball, Eagles, or whatever else Dave is writing about. Sometimes we talk about his grandkids. Who knows?
That's right. I always like talking about that.
Dave, appreciate you jumping on. I'll catch you next week.
All right, Josh. Thanks. I appreciate it as always. Take care.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank in Seattle City. More football talk on the other side with Geoff Kerr from CBS Sports.
Our love for sports is what makes us different from any other station in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah!
Number one for live sports and sports talk. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
Did you book the Townsend's 10th anniversary ticket?
Alona's travel agency is overbooked and experiencing delays. She needs to land a new project manager to clear her business's runways.
Yes, Mrs. O'Hara, we checked. Pygmy goats do not count as emotional support animals.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Come on, giddy up. Get a move on.
Where are we going, Tex? Tombstone, Abilene, Dodge City?
Nope, we're headed east. We got to get going. We still got a long ride in front of us, and I ain't gonna miss Chicken Palooza for nothing.
It's Royal Farms Chicken Palooza with great chicken box, sandwich deals, and more all summer long. Get a 2-piece world-famous box, white or dark meat, for just $6, and 10 cents of each sale will be donated to local charities. You can also get a classic, spicy, or deluxe world-famous chicken sandwich. Plus, you can register for a chance to win world-famous chicken for a year. Royal Farms Chicken Palooza. Nobody wants to miss it.
Come on, you horsies. We're almost there.
Real fresh, real fast. Royal Farms. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Sweepstakes ends August 31st, 2022. Chicken for a year prize to be awarded is 8 $100 Royal Farms gift cards. For details and official rules, visit royalfarms.com/chicken-palooza-sweepstakes. Void where prohibited. Sponsored by Royal Farms.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to get conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Alert! We're under construction at Sport Hyundai in Egg Harbor. It's time to make room for our new and improved facility, and you're the big winner. We're clearing out inventory with our incredible construction reduction sale. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and more in stock and priced to move today. With Hyundai Assurance and America's best warranty, including the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Use our main entrance on Black Horse Pike. Construction reduction deals are once in a lifetime, and this inventory won't last. See for yourself in person or at sporthyundai.com.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Avenue. 3 Pennsylvania men are charged with assaulting Sea Isle City police officers responding to a domestic violence call. OR nurses say surgical smoke is a recognized health hazard to patients and staff that New Jersey can fix by requiring technology that evacuates it. And a 3-judge panel continues to review the evidence in a federal class action lawsuit that contends the $50 Easy Pass violation fine should be declared illegal. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Your forecast is next.
Do you have questions about Medicare? For personalized guidance from a local Medicare expert counselor, call the SHIP hotline. SHIP is the state health insurance assistance program that provides unbiased help to beneficiaries, their families, and caregivers. Free. Call SHIP today at 1-800-792-8820, 800-792-8820, or visit aging.nj.gov. This ad made possible by the New Jersey Division of Aging Services with funds from the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Here's the deal about tomorrow's thunderstorm chance. It's pretty low. Someone in New Jersey will probably see a storm with some stoking rain, but certainly not everyone. Tonight, clear and sticky, low 76. Tomorrow, hot and very humid, high of 95. Heat index probably soaring over 100. Partly sunny and breezy, chance of a thunderstorm. Hot and not as humid Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 93. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
We're Town Square Media, and along with the awesome radio station you're listening to right now, we're publishers of best-in-class national entertainment brands like Taste of Country, Pop Crush, and more. And when combined with our local brands, we can reach over 70% of consumers in our community. At Town Square, all this digital clout puts us in a unique position to help local businesses grow with powerful marketing solutions. In addition to local radio, we're experts at web design and SEO, plus targetable advertising solutions like streaming TV, addressable geofencing, YouTube, Snapchat, Facebook, Spotify, search engine marketing, and so much more. That may sound like a lot of buzzwords, but really all that matters is we can deliver a relevant and ideal target audience to your business with data-informed decisions. No guessing, no waste, and you gain a trusted marketing partner with Town Square Media.
Take your business to the next level. Call our Director of Sales, Jim McLean, today at 609-910-5247.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Hump Day Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We'll continue some of the NFL conversation now. Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, covers the NFL as a whole, and apparently he should be paid some side money from the talking head shows all over television because his list over at CBS Sports of the top 10 QB head coach duos became debate fodder on the debate shows. So, Geoff, I think that somebody owes you a royalty fee or something.
It is the most popular debate topic of the year, and I'm glad to see that other outlets are starting to take notice of my work. So, I mean, I guess it's more of a humble brag than anything else, Josh, but I'm glad Mike Gill took time out of his busy vacation schedule to let me know about that because I wouldn't have paid attention.
I mean, I literally looked over at the TV and I pointed the mic and I was like, are you seeing this? And we literally flipped the channel over to another network and they were talking about it too. And I was just like, what are the odds?
You'll have to DM me the other network because I only got the one from Mike, but I still think it's funny when I remember I think it was last year. I remember it was on a lot of local debate shows, and they're like, this guy's reasoning's terrible. I'm like, oh my God, guys, just read the article. I beg you to read the article.
The other one was the one with the F in the name.
Oh, that one. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, we can take a guess.
Yeah. But now, on a more serious note, speaking of quarterbacks, I got to ask you about this Jimmy G news. The timing of this is so strange. I understand they had to wait for the medical clearance, Geoff, but it's July 20th. People are reporting to camp, and it's like the Panthers already traded for Baker Mayfield. Seattle's in the same division as the 49ers. Where the heck is Jimmy G going to go? Hey, Geoff, I'm giving you permission to go on a different show, but there's almost no other show to go on.
So this is what's hilarious about this whole thing. There's only one team in the NFL that can actually take on that contract. And you're about to laugh when I tell you this. The Cleveland Browns. So can you imagine the Cleveland Browns trade for Jimmy Garoppolo after they signed Jacoby Brissett, after they signed Deshaun Watson, and say Deshaun doesn't get suspended for the whole year? You're going to have Jimmy Garoppolo and Deshaun Watson on your roster. By the way, Deshaun's only under $1 million base salary this year. It actually kind of works for Cleveland if Watson would get suspended the whole year, because then they could still theoretically compete in that division. It's just, if Cleveland's, I'll tell you what, San Francisco's got to hope Deshaun Watson's suspended the whole year. Then they might get something for him and get rid of that contract. But if not, the only team that would want him is Seattle, and you're not going to trade within the division for him. You're not going to get anything. Baker Mayfield fetched a 5th-round pick, not even next year. Right. So what's going to happen here? And I ultimately think Jimmy G will end up in Seattle. It just won't be via trade.
So the only team I could think of that maybe could land him. Now, apparently there's a radio talk host on another network who is vomiting takes again and said he could go to the Giants, which is not happening. I had literally 2 people text earlier into the show that he's going to the Giants. And I'm like, where is this coming from? Someone alerted me during the next commercial break that there was another sports talk host who was vomiting that opinion out there, but I digress. But to me, if I had to pick a team, maybe the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, unless you don't trust Mitchell Trubisky and you're not ready to play Kenny Pickett yet. I mean, once the Steelers get to Kenny Pickett, I kind of got rid of any quarterback to the Steelers talk just because, one, I am high on Kenny Pickett. I think he could be a really good quarterback for them. And 2, it's just, you don't waste the number 20 pick on a quarterback and then go trade for a veteran. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo would be in the same situation. But the Giants? No. I'm sorry. I'm just not seeing that. I mean, unless Daniel Jones really falls off the face of the earth, which I still think Daniel Jones should be better with an offensive mind that actually can adapt to today's NFL and a better offensive line. I'm not saying Daniel Jones is going to be good, but I think the Giants at least owe it to Daniel Jones this year to go that route. If you're trading for Jimmy Garoppolo, you're just saying, you know what, we think we're better than what we actually are, which they are. They are better than what they were last year, but they're not in the realm of Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders. They're just not. So I don't see them there. It's funny. Like, I just don't know where this guy would go. Maybe if Jameis Winston would get hurt, the Saints, but somebody has to get hurt for this to open up.
Yeah, the timing of it, I feel for Jimmy. You know what I mean? Listen, Jimmy's not having a bad life. I get that. He's having a pretty good life, but
he's an eligible guy, by the way.
Yeah. But to me, it's like, it's like how many times we hear stories about like a team releases a guy so he gets a chance to catch on with another team, right? And it's like the 49ers did the complete opposite here.
Oh, see, that's the thing. I don't know why San Francisco waited as long as they did here. Like,
right.
You could have, I mean, they did put him on the market in March, but I think the shoulder surgery just screwed everything up with this guy. And I don't know. If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm filling out my application for The Bachelor this year. I gotta be honest. Get all the women excited for him, and that's what I'd be doing. I think he's just gonna ride the pine this year in San Francisco if they can't trade. I mean, personally, I just cut him and just say, you know what? I hate to do it, but we're going with Trey Lance. We don't need this distraction here because let's face it, we know how Philadelphia is. San Francisco's going to be the same way. If Trey Lance struggles, why not put in the guy that, I don't know, we won with? It's not a good marriage. And New England don't want him. They have a guy now. I can't think of anybody. It's hard. I keep thinking, oh no, this team's thinking, this team's thinking. I remember someone put the Houston Texans, and I'm like, they got Davis Mills. I know people don't want to hear that, but Davis Mills is good last year for them. For that franchise, he was good. They're going to go with him again. There just isn't a way. Unless Carolina really wanted to go nuts and just trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, pay him, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and let's have a party. But I don't know. I think Jimmy Garoppolo needs to just go on The Bachelor this year.
So, of course, Jeff Kerr from CBS advocating for Jimmy Garoppolo to go on The Bachelor on ABC here on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, I'm getting your corporate play there, even though I'm a CBS guy.
Who is the backup that is San Francisco? Is that Nate Sudfeld?
It is the incredible Nate Sudfeld. I always call him that just because of Jeffrey Lurie. If Trey Lance gets hurt, we will see Nate Sudfeld play football this year. And
oh my gosh,
I'm not sure if I'm ready for that yet. I can't wait to hear Kyle Shanahan just spew stuff about how great he is, or it was incredible, unstoppable. I always forget whichever. I'm pretty sure he said incredible, but
really quick, which is the more ridiculous thought? That Nate Sudfeld would be Trey Lance's backup for a team that got to the championship game last year. Josh Rosen is in a quarterback competition with Marcus Mariota in Atlanta, or that the Panthers traded for Baker Mayfield and just won't give him the job in Carolina.
Is Josh Rosen even in Atlanta? I'm not even
yes.
sure. Oh, okay. He still is. Oh, man.
That's the most hilarious part is that so when they traded Matt Ryan initially, Rosen was the only quarterback under contract until they signed Mariota.
Did you hear what Arthur Smith said today about their offensive line? Well,
I did not.
Make a pick in the first round every year to have a good offensive line. I'm like, but you do make a pick in the first round every year to have a good offensive line, and it still stinks. That team is going to be so bad this year. I feel bad for Kyle Pitts. I feel bad for Drake London because they're going to be good players. Like, I actually like a lot of the players they have. They're just not going to be good. It kind of sucks, honestly.
See, that's the real reason why Marcus Mariota is there, because they need a quarterback to run for his life.
Exactly. You know what? They're getting the number one pick. I'll tell you what. I think they're going to be bad this year. They'll probably get like the number 1, number 2, number 3 pick next year. They're going to get a franchise quarterback, and then all of a sudden you're going to see them trending up because Tampa, Tom Brady's not going to be there for. I know we keep saying that. It's not going to be there forever. Carolina, who the heck knows? The Saints, who the heck knows? I mean, they really could go from a worst to first in the next 2-3 years.
I think Carolina makes the playoffs this year.
I wouldn't be surprised. They had the number 2 defense last year. I said when they traded for Baker Mayfield, and I told everybody in trouble with this. Thank God. You guys should be dancing in the streets. I don't care if you're a 7-10 football team this year. Dance in the streets. You don't have Sam Darnold as your quarterback anymore.
A couple of things we'll hit on with you, Geoff Kerr. Geoff Kerr from CBS Sports, NFL writer, joining us here, referencing Martha and the Vandellas dancing with the streets. So LaShawn McCoy opens his mouth this week about Nnamdi Asomugha. I love this story, Geoff, because
these guys never get old, by the way. Do you ever notice they keep talking about an era where they couldn't win a playoff game?
And immediately after he tells the story, Asante, the clip cuts off. If you watch the full thing, Asante Samuel starts screaming, "I told you guys! I told you he was going to be bad." And then the next day, Clay Harbor tweets out, "That wasn't Brent Selleck, it was me." Like, the story just keeps getting layers, Geoff.
And I work with Clay Harbor, so it's kind of funny. Like, when he said that, I'm like, oh, maybe that's why he said, because Brent Selleck was, no disrespect to Clay, but Brent Selleck is up here and Clay Harbor's down here, and they're probably like, oh man, and Clay Harbor will even admit to you, like, he wasn't a great tight end by any, ifs, ands, or buts. But it is funny that he was the one who burnt down the Asomugha. I'm like, so you're the one who exposed him before he ate lunch in his car. I don't know, like, it just doesn't seem to me like Nnamdi Asomugha just seemed like a quiet dude that just kind of wanted to be left alone. And I feel like he's the guy, he's never going to tell his side of the story, never going to rip Philadelphia. He's just going to go by his merry way, have his money, have his acting career. But I've never seen someone talk as much as LaShawn McCoy. I love LaShawn McCoy, but man, that guy got story. By the way, if I ever get to talk to LaShawn McCoy, there's one thing I want to say to him. You talk a lot for a guy who wore a Raiders coat during pregame to an Eagles game. Just saying. And I love LaShawn McCoy.
I just thought of this question, and I know it's completely out of left field, but who gets the Pro Football Hall of Fame first, LaShawn McCoy or Asante Samuel?
Oh, this is tough. I kind of have a feeling it will be Shady, because I think Shady was dominant for that stretch. And I feel like with running backs coming obsolete, it's going to help him. But then again, I got to defend Asante Samuel on this too. He's the only... No, him and Ed Reed are the only two cornerbacks or secondary with 50 interceptions that started after the year 2000. Think about that. It's just them. And Asante doesn't get enough credit for how good he was. Like, if he picks off Eli Manning in that Super Bowl before the David Tyree helmet catch, I think his Hall of Fame resume is secure. By the way, here's another one I think we should add to it. Deshaun Jackson's going to have a really good case at the Hall of Fame, too.
I think Deshaun's problem is that there's going to be a lot of the old school football guys in that room who are going to be like, oh, he was a one-trick pony, whereas at least with Shady and with Asante, there's specific tangible things that people can't argue with. Whereas I feel like Deshaun, you're going to have, the old football guys pounding a table being like, that brittle little boy, all he could do was one thing. And it's like, yeah, but he was so elite at one thing. That's why he's a candidate.
Now, like in this era of the NFL, he was doing stuff before like this became new. Like before Tyreek Hill was a thing, Deshaun Jackson and Devin Hester were like the two guys you watched and you were like, wow. And, again, I know Paul Domowitch well. I always got to say with the Hall of Fame guys, it's some of them, not Paul, but some of those guys, they got something crawling up there because it's Torrey Holt's not a Hall of Famer yet. It's ridiculous. He has the most receiving yards in that decade. Not Randy Moss, not Terrell Owens, Torrey Holt. It's, by the way, T.O. being picked in the third year is just petty. I'm sorry. T.O.
Yeah.
I would have just been like, I don't care how big of a jerk you were. You're in. It's not about person. I don't think Randy Moss is the greatest personality in the world, but he got in. So, again, I don't know. The Hall of Fame to me, like, I love the Hall of Fame, but there are certain guys I will campaign for any day of the week. Torrey Holt's one of them. Deshaun Jackson will be one of them. About 7 years ago, I would have said Donovan, but now the passing game's erupted. And I still got a little upset at him. My company, oh, no, it wasn't CBS. It was NFL. They put it, did you see the NFL throwback, Josh? They said pick 5 quarterbacks from like the 2000 or pick $1 for each quarterback, and McNabb wasn't listed on there. I'm like, give me a break. He was the top 5 quarterback in that decade.
I did not see that.
On there.
No.
Who McNabb is a winning record against. So I don't know.
we live in a strange world. I always tell people, Geoff, that it's a museum. It's not church. It's not the morality police. It's a museum. And, there's a lot of guys you can't tell the history of football without. And some of them are currently not in the Hall of Fame, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like, if you want to mention what they did, fine, but I go to the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's Ty Cobb's pass is not mentioned in there.
Not at all.
It's it is what it is. Like, we all know he wasn't a good guy. Cap Atson was a terrible guy, but that was probably acceptable in the 1800s, which I don't agree with, but is what it is. So if you want to keep the steroid guys out because of what they did, make sure you mention what everybody else did too, and you just don't want to do that.
All right, Geoff, one more thing before I let you go. Non-football question, my poll question of the day. Which Phillies team that got to the World Series and didn't win was the better team?
Ooh.
2009 Phillies or 93 Phillies?
The 2009 Phillies are better than the 08 Phillies. They were stacked. I'd have to go with the 09 Phillies just because Howard was 40 home run hitter. Chase Utley was incredible that year, incredible that postseason. Ibanez carried that team the first half of the year, essentially. Victorino was an all-star. Jason Worth was an all-star, 37 home runs. Chooch was coming to his own as an offensive player. You had Cliff Lee. I mean, if Cole Hamels would have been Cole Hamels of every other year, that team wins the World Series. So I'll go 09.
Yeah, I can't believe it's 76% on the Twitter poll for the 09 Phillies. Because I feel like if you take Howard, Utley, and Rollins out of the conversation, it's a little closer because Dalton versus Ruiz, Dykstra versus Victorino. People forget Lenny Dykstra had his best years in a Philadelphia Phillies uniform.
Yeah, Lenny Dykstra was good. Like, I think everybody thinks about the 93 Phillies is they were one-year wonders, but all of them had good years in 93.
At the same time.
Yeah, that's why they were good. Like, everybody was good. Everything they touched was essentially good. Like, that team probably wins the World Series if they don't blow the 14-9 game in Game 4. With Toronto basically put a relief pitcher in there. They hit. They gave up. And it drives me nuts to this day. Like, Kurt Schilling pitched great in that series. It's just, I just think they ran out of gas, honestly. That's all I think it was.
Listen, I'll put it this way. People forget that Pedro Martinez pitched Game 2 of the 09 World Series against the Yankees. And I'm sitting there at a local establishment with my fingers crossed, praying to God that this works. I'm like, please, Pedro, give me one. Give me one more Pedro game. And he almost did. He almost redeemed himself in that game for all of his foibles against the Yankees with the Red Sox.
I got a funny story I got two stories about that team. So Game 6, Pedro pitches. He throws the first pitch. It's 88. I walked out of the room. I said, done. They said, you're giving up. I said, it's over. It's over, guy. I play baseball. I understand. It was not happening. It just wasn't. And I was completely calm the entire game. And I usually am when I watch sports. But in the ninth inning, I was in college. I went and collected my thoughts. You heard a chair. You heard me punch a chair. That's basically what, because I knew it was over. Like, I knew it was over for a while. And you had to get out the frustration that they weren't going to repeat. But also, I know for a fact and I know this came out years later. I know for a fact Pedro was sick. I know for a fact Ryan Howard was sick. A lot of people on that team had the bug during that World Series.
Right.
I knew that in 2009. It didn't come out until years later, but that was one of those, it is what it is, unfortunately. And, the Yankees were really good too. Like, let's not discredit what the Yankees did. They won 103 games.
Right.
I just hate that they lost to Joe Girardi, who probably somehow was the worst manager in Gabe Kapler.
On that note, he's Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. Check out the list that everyone is arguing about on ESPN and that channel that starts with an F. The top 10 quarterback and head coach duos of 2022 are up right now at CBSSports.com. And as Geoff likes to say, please read the article before you comment on it.
Yeah, the one that you're affiliated with did. Aaron Douglas didn't agree with it, but at least he read. So I gotta give him some credit.
Geoff, I'll catch you on Friday.
Yeah, I'll see you Friday, Josh.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Hump Day Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, wrapping up the show next.
Your official station for Summer at the Shore.
Throws the runner. The pitch is a little high. Throw to second. Out at second. Oh, JT Real Mucho with an absolute laser down to second to get Arenado.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
With JMF financing approved credit, excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet, because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done, with 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive presents Married to Your Home.
If you want to leave me for another house, I totally understand.
House? Where's this coming from?
It's just, I know there's some newer homes on the market.
I didn't even know that because I'm not looking.
I bet those other houses don't have a crack in their foundations.
You know that crack doesn't bother me.
No matter how much you already love your house, you'll love it more knowing you could save big bundling your home and auto with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Here's football legend Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free, using the phone, turning on your lights, heck, even driving. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. Let me tell you, these things are amazing. You don't need to lace up, and they're even better than your standard slip-on sneakers. This is next-level slip-in technology, where you don't need to reach down and help your heel in. You just step in and off you go. It's that easy. So what's the secret? There's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place and also keeps your feet secure in heavenly comfort, which means they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers. And you can even slip into them while you're sitting down. Make your life easier and go hands-free with Skechers' new hands-free slip-in footwear. You'll never have to struggle putting on your shoes again.
Get hands-free slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Cookie wants to be a professional wrestler.
I'm Cookie Serratos, and I'm 11 years old.
She also wants to win all the medals. That's why Cookie and her family make every day count, squeezing out her best with Go-Go Squeeze.
Okay, Cookie, let's break for a Go-Go Squeeze.
Go-Go Squeeze fruit-on-the-go pouches are a nutritious snack made from 100% fruit with no sugar added.
Go, Cookie!
Because when you nurture your kids, you squeeze out the best in them. Squeeze out their best with Go-Go Squeeze. Not a low-calorie food. Products range from 11 to 13 grams of sugar and 60 to 70 calories per serving.
Sire? I just graduated first in my class at stonemasonry school.
I know. That's why we hired you.
Yeah, cool. But I was wondering why all I've been doing is sweeping the floors and providing slop for the hogs.
Well, how else do you think you learned to stonemason?
By stonemasoning, maybe?
How does that make any sense?
Throughout history, people have always been undervalued at work. That's why Monster lets you search salary by major. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
South Jersey has been traveling with Philly sports trips for years. Fans have been begging for a South Jersey bus pickup spot, and it's finally happening for their bus trip to the Washington game in September. Come and join over 400 fans already signed up for the best bus trip and tailgate of the season with award-winning food, great drinks, and more. Come say hi to Carson and help get them to their goal of 1,000 fans to FedEx. Philly Sports Trips partnered with the famous Ernest & Sons Meat Market in Brigantine, and they're ready to make this season's trips the best yet.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the show. Still a lot of you guys voting for those 09 Phillies. I just can't believe it's that big of a difference. I mean, it's down to 76% from 82%, 2009 to 93 over at 973 ESPN on the Twitter poll. Listen, I can tell you guys one thing. If there's a blowout for tomorrow's poll, I'm going to be shocked. Because tomorrow's poll is going to have 4 choices. We're doing a poll every day. I'm filling in for Mike Gill on the show. Philly fans have spoken. They really like that 09 team over that 93 team. Holy Toledo. Thanks again to Geoff Kerr for joining the show. Weinberg Wednesday with Dave Weinberg. Jeff Mosher, Mike McGarry. If you missed either of my conversations with Mike McGarry or Jeff Mosher, that's coming up next in the Best of the Sports Bash. I'm Josh Hennig. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, Pete, how's business? It's great.